Okay, it looks like we have some attendees joining. And we'll just wait a couple of minutes before we get started. Oh, wonderful. I'm seeing that we've got some attendees arriving, which is great. We'll just start in just a minute. All right. I would just like to take a brief moment and say welcome to everyone to our Learning and Teaching Strand of the Faculty 360 Summit. We're delighted to see you all here today. My name is CJ Davison, and I'll be moderating this strand. So hopefully you'll just want to hang out in this strand all day long and listen to our excellent speakers. Hopefully you are inspired by our opening session and some of our keynote speakers as well. And I look forward to an interesting discussion from our first speaker in the Strand. I have today with us, we have Abdelhadi Choufan from Khalifa University. The title of his talk intrigued me from the moment. You have me at my heart right here with the title of your session, Zero Lectures in 8 Years, Transforming an Engineering Classroom into an Active Learning Venue. So I really look forward to hearing your talk. As attendees, you're welcome to ask questions. We've got in the app in the background, you can ask questions from there. I think you can look at it from their website or the same way that you've accessed. So ask questions away there, and we'll have some time at the end of the session for that. Okay, so thank you. I hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very glad to see you here and for attending this session. Zero lectures in 8 years. This is a strange title, I guess, for most of us because lecture room usually is professor talking and students listening. So I have two ways to talk about it. What does it mean? The first one, I could claim I am a researcher in education who applies learned theories to teaching, but this would be a lie. The truth is that I am an engineering instructor, but I like to see and understand how students learn. So when I give my lectures, I try to feel and evaluate and think and improve wherever possible. This is where I am or where I come from, and I'm trying now to tell you the story over the years. And first, the context, which is engineering. Engineering is about making more than about talking or thinking. Engineers must be able to do something, and usually something complex, not simple. And because of this, teaching engineering is also complex. Why? Because we try to teach students complex systems, that took years to be developed over multiple rounds and iterations. Some examples here. The transformer attention model, for example. So it took 1 year, but after 6 years probably of development by other people within the OpenAI team or the Google team sat another year to come up with this very exciting solutions for the attention that has enabled the AI today. The I2C bus, the Career Look Ahead Adder, the AES and Advanced Encryption Standards all took years, 1 or 2 years to develop, and mostly patented solutions. And now we go to the classroom and we have 1 hour to teach what people have spent 1 year or more to develop. And this is the challenge. So how to start, where to begin, what to emphasize, what to drop, and we create a lot of gaps in students' learning and misconceptions. So mitigations on my side between the first lecture I taught in 2007 in Germany and 2017 was trying all the time to optimize my lectures. Optimize means think and improve, moving from PowerPoint slides to the whiteboard, then getting demonstrators into the classroom, hardware and software, run something in the front of the students, and then even develop tools, specialized tools for learning, and got some awards and some publications about this. But yeah, the problem is still there. Get to the classroom, some students come late, some are talking, some are using mobile phones, thinking about their food or the test after the lecture. So I could not manage to engage all students in the classroom. And in fall 2017, probably exactly here at Khalifa University, I thought, so a lot of these efforts are waste because they are not utilized well. So because you need a students in the classroom who has the background, who studied the previous material and paying full attention to you and probably taking notes, asking questions and so on. And you don't want this from a single student. Actually, the dream is that every student show this behavior, which is impossible. So the thought is, okay, let me record my lectures. Then the students can at least watch the lectures later if they miss, if they are sick, or they cannot concentrate because they are worried, or they have an exam or whatever. But then the counter thought is, why should I do this? Yeah, there are so many YouTube lectures and videos that I could use. And this is what I started with in spring 2018. So I started to pull videos from YouTube and embed them into Moodle activities. The students would watch the video and then solve the activity. So, but I got a new problem that I did not expect, which is to find the videos that align with my teaching plan and are good at the same time. This was a very big problem, actually. Some videos I can use just half of them or quarter of them and so on. Or the explanation is not convincing and so on. So the new step or the new solution was the following. So, and this is actually the core of my approach. Need some your attention, please. Now, when we have a video or a lecture, we do this because we believe that the students will learn by listening to us or by listening and watching the video. And then the activity that we give after this is to apply what they have learned. This is let's say, an implicit assumption that we make. Otherwise, we would not give a lecture, we would not show a video. But this is the problem. Then what I decided to do is to remove the video and replace it by a learning activity. Remove the video means also then I removed the lecture before. Now I am removing even the video. And this is what probably unique to this approach, because whenever you learn about online learning or active learning, there is always a video on that. But here the video was omitted now. What should come instead? Now the activity that was used to apply, now I am still using an activity, but I moved it as a recap activity or reinforcement activity. Now, what is this learning activity? This is the mystery. You can access this website where I have hosted my courses, and you will see some courses. Total, not all courses are there, unfortunately, because of time issues. And but there are some courses: the Java embedded systems, real-time embedded systems, digital logic design in my major. So if you click on one of these courses, you will be now taken to a Moodle server where you can see the structure of that course, and I call each one a chapter. If you click on one of these chapters, this chapter 6 or 8, you will see a list of things. For example, on November 5th, there is students should learn about sequential and binary search. November 10th, they learn about selection and bubble sort algorithms and so on. Now, what are these strange codes here? LQ82, LS82, and RQ82. Reminder, this is the previous format, and we have that video. We omitted it, and we said we will replace it with a learning activity, and the activity should be replaced by a recap activity. Now, the video actually is replaced by LQ. LQ stands for learning quiz. And the activity after this is replaced by something called recap quiz, RQ. What in between the LS is something that I call learning survey. This is a single question survey to get students' perception about the learning activity. I will talk about it later. Now the mystery here, or the core of this approach, is the learning quiz. How can you translate a lesson into a quiz? So if you click on one of these activities that I showed, specifically the 8.3, the first question in this quiz would be a review quiz. Usually when we go to a lecture, we start talking, last time we have learned this and that. So what do the students in this time? They probably are still opening their notebooks and so on. Here the students has to contribute to the review process by answering this question. So that means there's a pressure from the beginning that if they did not study or review the material last time, they would not be able to answer this question correctly. So if they have prepared, they can drag and drop correctly and see a green, or they can make mistakes, see orange, and if everything is wrong, they would get red. Okay, so now they have the foundation to continue. And then the next question comes, and this is here about a concept. What I am asking the students here is to sort, just sort. I give them a set of numbers, and I ask them to sort them from the smallest to the biggest. Why? Because this activity is about sorting algorithms. And the first algorithm that we would like to teach is the intuitive sorting algorithm that we as a human do. What we do is we would search for the smallest number, 3 here, and put it in the first blank, and so on. Then the 4, then the 6. In a traditional lecture, I would probably show the set of numbers and show the sorted one and so on. But here, I activate the students to do it manually. Why? Because in the next question, which is a brainstorming question, I would ask them to think about their strategy. How did they sort? What was the strategy? And using their own words. But because some students could have opted for a different approach, which I don't guess for this specific one, I ask a more concrete question, which is multiple choice, which actually which should take them towards the right strategy that a human usually use, which is selecting the smallest and the next and the next and so on. So, and not to bore you with all the details of this, because if you see the first 2, 3 questions, you may think this is trivial, but now this video will show you this specific activity to the end. This is the attempt of one of the students. You can see now the different types of questions and how the students, they build the explanation or the guided explanation with me. They have always to do something rather than just reading like from a textbook or watching a video or listening to a lecture. This is the idea. See here a concept question, and here we make it clear, for example, that this procedural question will say, okay, we human, okay, we can strike through a number that we selected, but the computer cannot strike through. So, and the computer should not use a new array, which is the data structure, because it is inefficient. So we would use the same data structure where we store the numbers, and this is done by swapping. So I'm teaching the swapping, and they understand the swapping. Then we go to how to program it. Then you will see the code. They have to complete the code now, not me. And then they run the code to reinforce or to assure that it is working. You can see now run code and discover. They would run the code and discover the function of it, but also they will discover how much it will take to run the code, because the bigger the array is, the longer it takes to sort. And this is the motivation to improve the performance. And this is the motivation to introduce a better algorithm. And now, because this algorithm is not intuitive, they develop it with me step by step, and then until to get to the stage where they can now program it, and then they run the code again, and then they evaluate the performance of the code, and they understand, okay, this is a better algorithm for sorting. So now this is really an activity that my students have done and completed successfully, I would say, because the average is above 8 out of 10. Now they don't get a grade on it, of course. The grade is just for their feedback. So what about now the RQ, the recap quiz is just a question at the end of the activity, just to reinforce the most important aspect of the learning activity or the lesson. So the LS, the learning survey, is one question that asks the students about how they found the activity. They should rate the interesting level, the motivation, the challenge, the frustration, and the boredom of the activity, or what they perceived in the activity. Just a one question, take 1 minute or less, not to disturb them much, but it is very important for my feedback. I hope you can make an impression about what I have showed you in the video, because you may think either now challenging or it is boring or interesting, but this is what the actual results for this specific activity. You see, let's say the interestingness was rated 4.5 out of 5, and the motivation that the students felt motivated, so 4.5. But challenge is there, so in the middle, above the middle, 3. It is not frustrating, so it's 1.2, 1.9, and it is not boring, so happily enough, so 1.8. Now, for all activities of the course over the whole semester, so activities are, the interest level is quite good, and the motivation, the challenge, there is a challenge, and there must be a challenge, because if you make the activities trivial, they would not be interesting for anyone. And frustration is 2.17. That means some students get frustrated, but the boredom is still in the no range. Now, what do the students say in overall about this approach? They say in week 2, you can see about 78% of the students, they want this approach. They don't want lectures. And in week 8, this improves by almost 10%. So towards the end of the semester, students, they get used to it, and 90% they say, we would like to go with this. And this is for a good reason, because actually this is a result from one exam, and it showed I had 41 students, and we had 3 other sections taught by other faculty members with 111 students. My students performed 14.2% higher than the other sections in general. And this is very satisfactory. And this results, I mean, for different courses, digital logic design, embedded systems, where the students come to the classroom with a hardware kit, and they connect a circuit, and then they write code, they run code on microcontroller, and then they test. But always they have to enter the results into Moodle and get the feedback. It's very important. So you can find more results about the different courses, even the, let's say, gender impact of now male, female. We have reported a lot of things, and this paper about how students' perceptions affect academic performance is extremely interesting, because it shows it links these students' responses to the learning survey to their performance on the recap quizzes, and it's amazing how to see that if they feel well, then they feel motivated and interested in the activity, they perform much better in the recap quiz. So now the question is why? I still have 10 minutes, but I need less time to explain my explanation of why this approach works well compared to lectures. So because lecturing is not learning, or not fully learning, not full learning. Yeah, we talk, we explain, and we hope that the students learn, but not everyone learn, and not everyone learns on the same level. This is but this lecture-free learning, the students bring their laptops to the classroom, and they either do the activity or they don't do. So if they do the activity, they learn. If they don't do, they don't learn. So it is binary. So, and then why and what is learning? Yeah, it is building. Who builds what? So in the lectures, the professor talks, the students try to get something, but in this lecture-free approach, the students actually build the new knowledge in their brains by their own work and full engagement. So, and what do we offer, or what do they need for this? For things, when you build or learn to build, you need some foundations, you need guidance, you need time, and you need measurement. And how do we provide this? From the case study you saw, the foundation is the review and the recall questions that they always need to answer before they continue to the next questions. The guidance is the design of the activity itself. Now, splitting the activity, segmenting the activity or the topic into smaller questions, and sequencing these questions in a logical order. This is a very time-consuming job on my side. On average, I take around 15 hours to prepare one activity. Some activities took much, much longer. Worst case, 35 hours. The activity was designed in one semester and optimized twice. So I counted the hours, almost 35 hours it took. So the students need time, and the approach is self-paced learning, support self-paced learning. And this is one of the most actually comments that I get why students like this approach, because they say, I can work at my own pace. This is very important aspect for learning. And the measurement, yeah. They have to measure immediately during the learning, not afterwards. And you saw that check button after the question and the immediate feedback that I build into the questions. That this is actually one of the most attractive aspects of this approach for students, because they say, now I know what I have done and I know if I learned it well. And then they get it for question by question, and they get a final mark on the whole activity. But this mark does not count, of course, toward their assessment. It just as feedback. So just for you, take-home message is to remember the four things: the foundation, the guidance, the time, and the measurement. So students cannot build new knowledge based on weak foundation. You have to make sure that they know what they need to know before introducing new thing. And we need to give them guidance. Here we have an automated guidance for the students by the care in the design of the learning activity, but I am always in the classroom, working between the students, taking their questions if they need, and I give explanations, but individual to individual students or teams who work together in the classroom. Time, don't pressure students. The ones who are, let's say, well prepared and advanced, they can finish earlier, they can leave the classroom earlier. Yeah, and the measurement is extremely important. Doesn't make much sense for me to teach students something today and assess them after 1 week or after 1 month. They should get some feedback about their learning immediately. Yeah, this is my talk for today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. This was really interesting, and I really appreciate even the preparation that you've put together in explaining your approach. There are a few questions in the Q&A box, and I have a few questions too. I want to be selfish and ask my questions first, but I won't. I'll start with, I think it's Diana Krakovic, who says, thank you for the great presentation, and that she has several questions. And I think I'll just go one by one on them. How do you deal with students who solve the activities using AI or cheating? So the students that aren't really engaging in the activities, is there a consequence for them, or are they their own problem?
It's their own problem. At the moment, it is their own. Of course, yeah. Most of the questions, apart from the essay questions, the essay questions are not graded. Of course, I hope that I can find time in the future to build an AI that can also mark the essay questions. The other questions are very concrete. Yeah, the students need, let's say, to fill in or to complete a code, for example. Now, how good is the AI at this task? So I did many experiments. You can look at my also publications. The models are not great at this, honestly. No. Or I have another example here. For example, this is one of the examples. I have it here. No, removed. Sorry. Yeah, but it is about, yeah, but in the video you show probably, yeah, that is big code and some blanks. And I did some tests. The models are not good at this. So sometimes, because when I ask the students to run a code, for example, or to complete a code, I give the whole code, but there are some blanks. It is much efficient for them to put the code in the editor and complete the blanks and run the code and get feedback. Of course, I still get students who, because these activities are open. So in the end, I generate PDFs and I put them online. Some students have the PDFs from previous semesters, and I observe some students who have the PDFs and they just enter the solutions from the PDFs. And I asked them, what is the point of sitting in the classroom if you, let's say, very clear, this approach is very good for students who wants to learn. And students who don't want to learn by using AI or by doing now, let's say, getting answers from previous semester, not much to do.
Yes, okay, I definitely understand that approach.
Yeah.
And I think it really having to hand over to students the autonomy to decide what they're going to do with it. Can you tell me a little bit? I'm sure, and I mean, you have some great data that's showing that students stop being reluctant over time, so that they maybe don't love the idea at the beginning of the semester, but more students enjoy it later in the semester. Surely students are a bit reluctant to be learning in this manner. Can you tell us how you deal with students that are reluctant or want you to lecture or want you to explain more clearly?
Yeah, I mean, if I ask every students to come to the classroom with a laptop, okay? And every student must open the laptop and start working on the activity. What options do the students have? Either they work or they don't work. If they don't work, I would notice. But they would also feel that they are wasting their times. It depends. It very much depends on how strict I go with this. And sometimes I said, okay, because some students ask me even they want to do the activity before they come to the lecture. I say, okay, but you still have to come to the lecture and I will check your knowledge. Now, I will ask you some questions that show that you did the activity seriously. And I did it one or twice, and I must say that this was very good. Now, the students who don't want to do the activity, we know that we have at Khalifa University, I think in general in the UAE, there's attendance. They have to attend the lectures. And also, I tried the solution to say, okay, if you are in the classroom, you have to work on the activity. And if you don't work on the activity, I will not mark you as present. Okay, this is something that is against my personality or how convinced I am by from the attendance policy actually, because I don't yeah, I support that the students have that I'm graduating next year as engineers, that they have to be enforced to attend lectures and to work. I mean they should identify this themselves, how to learn and where and when and so on. But these are things. But I must say, in general, being strict is relevant. So and this helps, but I'm not always that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the attendance policies are, yes, I'm sure we all have opinions on those. I have just a couple of minutes left, but can you tell me a little bit, how large are your groups? And I think,
Yeah.
so yeah, your student groups, just,
Yeah, that in this course, I had 41 students. The maximum I had is around 60
okay,
in
that's
my
great.
class. Yeah, but they were served very well actually, because again, if you prepare the activity well, you get less. Yeah, the students get less confusion and you get less questions. And
Yeah.
this is the case. This is the case. I get probably let's say 5, 6 questions in one lecture. To be very frank, yeah. As most questions I get in the courses where students need to use hardware, we provide a hardware kit with microcontroller, other components. Now, connecting these components is a challenge, but then actually the lecture room turns into a lab, like a lab. But I never felt I overwhelmed with students' questions. It always works.
That's great. Okay, the last question. This one, Dr. Muna and I both had a similar question. How do you manage this with time? So how do you manage the time to make revisions to your material, and how do you handle the timing of what needs to be covered over the course of the semester?
Yeah, if let's say, happily enough, I am not teaching too many different courses, and but one course takes me almost 300 hours to prepare from scratch. And this means if when I teach a new course, that means the whole semester is over. Okay. And the problem is because it is usually very hard to now to revise. I try my best to do it as good as possible from the first time, but this does not always work. Yeah. But I must say, I mean, a second revision is always needed, and it takes, of course, less time. But the most difficult thing is to sit at home or in the office and start designing the activity. I described it in one of my papers as an artistic work actually, because you really have no idea what will happen in the activity. You have some intuition about what the students should learn, and you start then, and you make one question, you evaluate, you think, should I now here, what type of question should this be? It should be a multiple choice, drag and drop, essay question. Now, should they run code here? Should they connect hardware? And so on. These are all decisions that are made on the while designing the activities, because it is really hard. How big the question should be? How many blanks should I add here? And so on. Is very hard to give advice here. Apart from you need to to have the hours, and you have to have the of course the pleasure of doing this, yeah, because it's extremely interesting to generate these. And by the way, I mean it is because we are in the AI era, and I know that what I was doing all the time is prompting students. Now, the concept of prompting or prompt engineering, we know it from the AI. And when you prompt the model better, you get better response. I really could say the same regarding, because I was thinking why it is taking so long, because it's about the prompt. How can you ask the students a good question, an interesting question, but still a little challenging, but still doable.
Yes,
And
thank you
so
so
that's
much.
absolutely my pleasure.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Yeah, that's really it's I love that as an ending thought, right? That we're the prompt engineers for our students. It's that's excellent. We're shy on time. I think we could keep talking for long, but I want to make sure people have a break. There's an exit code for the session for everyone that's attending and collecting codes for your certificate. The exit code is 8, as in I think it was 8 years that you've been without lecturing. So So
Very
thank you
good.
so much,
My pleasure.
Abhipati, for your time. We'll reconvene our session and start with, I think Danny has arrived already. We'll start Danny's session in about 10 minutes, 8 minutes at 11:45. And it will be AI in action, real world applications for teaching and assessment. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Bye.
Bye-bye. For the attendees, we'll start back in a few minutes. And Danny, I think that the participants will stay in the room, but you can get started on sharing your slides if you'd like. Brilliant. And just a quick sound check, Danny, as well. I can see your slides, which is perfect.
Hey, we're here. Hi. Hopefully this is working
Hello.
fine. We've got Hui there as well.
Good morning. Good morning. That's great. Okay, so I think we all get 7 minutes of a break. So I'm going to stand up and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thanks so much, guys.
Good.
See you in a bit.
Assalamu alaikum. Please have a seat. You give me 2 minutes, I will come. Yes, sir. Yeah. it was an online seminar, that's why, or a talk, and they posted 7, 8 questions. I'm just answering them. Good. Oh, they are hearing.
Thanks for answering all those questions in the Q&A, Abdihadi. Thank you so much. Well, everyone, welcome back. Hopefully, for those of you that are new to the Strand, welcome to the Learning and Teaching Strand of the Faculty 360 Summit. My name is CJ Davison, and I'm here to facilitate just this session. I'm going to hand over very briefly to our speakers. We have 2 speakers here. I think that I'll allow you guys to introduce yourselves from the Digital Education Council, and they're here to talk to us about AI in action, real-world applications for teaching and assessment. We really look forward to your session. The brief looks like there's going to be some real practical skills that come out of this as we go. We're starting right now at 11:45. We've got about 35 minutes, and we'll have time for questions as we finish. Please feel free, everyone that's attending, to add questions into the Q&A, and we'll be sure to answer those in the session. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, CJ. And thank you to Zayed University, and particularly Michael Pazinas. Congratulations for putting together such a fantastic agenda. And we're really excited to be here. So my name is Danny Bielik. I am the president of the Digital Education Council, originally from Australia, but based here in Singapore, which is our headquarters. And I've got Hui Rong here, who is our research lead at the council, also based here in Singapore. And today what we wanted to do, this is going to be very, very fast. I've got my stopwatch here keeping us on time, but we have a lot of content to get through. And these slides afterwards will be available from the platform for download. So don't feel like you've got to take huge amounts of notes. You probably won't be able to keep up because this is going to be done very, very fast. So let's get started. And what I thought we might do, Hui, is just very briefly introduce ourselves. The Digital Education Council is relatively new, but the work that we do isn't new. Actually, we've been helping universities predominantly understand technology's impact on higher education for many years. The council is an opportunity to scale up this work and turn it into a community of practice. So we're a community of practice of around 150 universities and colleges from around the world. We're about 1/3 here in the Asia Pacific, 1/3 in the Americas, and 1/3 in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. We're really pleased that Zayed University is also one of our members in the UAE, along with Khalifa and University Abu Dhabi University, and some others as well. So, and hopefully there's a lot more activity that is going to be happening in your part of the world as well. So what does the council do? We wanted to be very different to the other sorts of organizations that are out there. So we want to be very practical and very outcome focused in all the work that we do. So we chose to do a small number of things and do them exceptionally well rather than sort of become everything to everybody. So we provide reports and executive briefings. We do these every month, and we're going to show you some examples of these as well. We probably spend about 70% of our time at the moment working on AI, but we're certainly not exclusively about AI. We do a lot of work as well as AI on the future of work, the future of higher education, digital and online learning, ESG and sustainability, and entrepreneurialism and commercialization. All of this is underpinned by our deep research capabilities. We have a fantastic team of researchers led by Hui, who outputs this incredible work together with our members. We have a number of surveys that, of course, are the leading surveys of their kind anywhere in the world, and we have much more coming down the pipeline very soon. Quite a bit of our work is available for free on our website at digitaleducationcouncil.com. But we're, of course, very grateful to our growing base of universities and colleges all over the world who really contribute and support our work. And a lot of that work is done through our working groups that are very practical and outcome focused. And every single one of our working groups generates a piece of output. They do that in 1 year. Again, very specific and very practical and outcome focused in the way that we operate. We're going to show you some of that very, very shortly. All right, Wei, so shall we get started? What I wanted to do just very quickly is understand, a little bit like a story. So we're going to tell you a bit of a story about what we see in the market, why we think it's important, and then what we need to do as higher education institutions in order to react to some of these challenges that we see around the world. So first of all, we're going to start with our AI in the workplace report that we conducted earlier this year together with a spin out from the Singapore government. And we asked employers some questions. What are you doing and what are you seeing in the workplace? So we can see from this slide that more than half of employers are reporting that their team members are already today using AI in their work daily. Now that's really interesting because we hear a lot of noise about AI being very early stage. It is that people are still deciding what AI is beneficial for. They are, but there's no doubt here they're actually using them. And do they find it useful? So we ask them the question, is AI actually improving your productivity or effectiveness in the workplace? And you can see from here that almost 2/3 of employers are saying that it's either very helpful or game-changing in their business. Again, this is today and it's very, very early stage. And actually, if you add up the third ring into the third ring of the donut, you'll see that 86% of employers are saying that it's broadly pretty beneficial for their business in this very early stage. So a lot of people are talking about whether it will potentially displace workers. So we asked point blank employers, do you think that increasing the adoption of AI in your workplace will reduce the number of people you need? And nearly 3/4 said yes. So then we asked them who. And, I think some of these are a little bit obvious. So marketing, communications, public relations, we know these are subjects that are taught at many universities around the world. But these are fundamentally changing. So where there's a lot of content that needs to be developed, or marketing strategies need to be developed, by and large, AI can do an okay job at some of these functions. So we're starting to see almost half of employers saying they'll see a reduction in headcount. Same in that business data and analytics, intelligence, all of those sorts of analytical jobs. We saw in a previous report that we did together with the World Bank called the Job Transformation Matrix. There's a link there on the slide. You can download it. What was really interesting is that we saw that particularly in higher leadership positions, employers are demanding more and more and more skill sets, including not the ability to manage teams of analysts, but to be able to use AI to do that analytics work yourself. So this is where we're starting to see this shift in the job market. And what was really interesting on this slide for me, Hui, is where, we asked executives and leaders, who do you think is most likely to be displaced by AI? And of course, they said, well, not us. So I thought that was really interesting. And just on this slide, before I hand over to Hui, we wanted to express here how we think that of all the things that are going on, it's actually not just AI. This is not a one-trick pony. This is not just one thing that's affecting the global economy and business and economics around the world. In fact, you'll only see AI once on this page, and so you can go back and see if you can find it. But what the other mega trends that are happening all at once today include demographic changes. These demographic changes are occurring in different ways in different parts of the world. In parts of the world, more mature economies, like where I come from in Australia, here in Singapore, in Europe, we see this big demographic cliff. People are getting older, they're not dying, and they're not having babies either. So that's creating these economic distortions where more people in work are supporting fewer people in work are supporting more people who are out of work. Big economic changes, big shifts towards practical career oriented education, and big financial pressures on higher education institutions, some of the challenges around inflation of degrees, and move to a skills-based workforce. But rapid technological advancement is more than just AI. It really means things like autonomous vehicles, robotics, quantum computing. These are all coming for us very, very soon. And this confluence of events is happening where higher education institutions are not moving fast enough to make these big changes. And so what's likely to occur then, if you leave a gap in the market, emerging educational business models can potentially come and affect our ability to operate. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Wei.
Thank you so much, Danny. So today we also brought some really interesting data that we gathered through our global AI service. So about 1.5 years ago, we conducted a global AI student survey, and the result shows that 86% of students are using AI in their studies. So at that time, when the number just released, it came as a shock for many, but today we actually believe they might be even conservative. And here is what the next slide shows what students are using AI for. So you can see the top use cases is information searching. And in the next slides, we can see that despite the majority of students are using AI, actually more than half of them feel that they don't have sufficient AI skills, and 48% of them don't feel that they are ready for AI-driven workforce. And in the meantime, 80% of students say that their institution's AI integration has not met their expectation. So if we put all these insights together, students' lacking skills and institutional integration falling short, we can actually see there is a growing pressure on higher education return in terms of AI literacy training. And in fact, 72% of students believe they should offer more AI courses. And then let's shift to the faculty perspective. We also conducted a global AI faculty survey, and we see that 61% of faculty have used AI in their teaching, mostly like a productivity tool for tasks such as, in the next slides, creating teaching materials and supporting admin tasks. And we then asked a very interesting question to them. We say, what is your overall sentiment on AI in education? And then we saw something really interesting. So 57 of them said positive, 13% negative, while there is a sizable 30% saying that they have a neutral sentiment, they have a neutral stance. And what does this neutral mean? So it could mean that some faculty may have mixed feelings towards AI in education, but it might also indicate that a lot of faculties, they actually lack the knowledge of AI. So because despite AI being one of the most disruptive forces into education, 1/3 of the faculty, they couldn't express a very clear opinion on it. And then we proceed to ask a more binary question. So we say, do you think AI is a challenge or an opportunity? And then 65 of them say that is opportunity. And this view varies across regions. In this next slide, we see that LATAM is actually more on the proactive side, while USA and Canada, surprisingly, they're more on the conservative side. When it comes to AI integration, in the next slide, you can see that one of the biggest concerns that the faculty have is students' over-reliance on AI. 82% of them believe so. And the interesting data we also want to put here is that you can see in the little blue box, 52% of students expressed the same worry. Students are also concerned that they will be relying on AI too much. So, and these two data points putting together, so sorry, then if you go to the previous slides, these two data points put together makes us question a very interesting assumption that is held by many of us, which is students actually wants to use AI. And with this data points, we want to challenge it, and we think that might not be the case. Both students and the faculty, both of them wants to have a meaningful and a responsible way of using AI in education. And then the question is, how do we get to that AI integration ideal state? Our data show that providing resources, providing training sessions for faculty, and providing a collection of best practices will be very useful to accelerate faculty's AI integration. Actually today we also brought some really interesting work, our latest work on AI literacy, as well as some best practice collections today to share with you. We will share with you shortly. And with that, I hand over back to Danny.
Great. Thank you so much, Hui. And we're also going to take questions as well. So if you have a question during this session, please use the Q&A button down below, and hopefully we'll have a chance to get to that. Okay, we've told you all of the news about what's going on. I actually thought it was really interesting, Hui. 86% of students were already using AI in the study, say, a year and a half ago. And then a little bit of time went on, and it was 62% of faculty. So you can see that huge gap, and that huge gap in terms of expectations between student behavior and expectations and faculty behavior and expectations is really what shows up in some of those statistics that says when we ask them what do they want, students say, we want to have training in AI literacy, but most importantly, we want you to have training in AI literacy too. Because if you go into the classroom with your set of experiences and tools that you already use, and you talk to a teacher and say, hey, teach, can I use this? And they can't not have an answer, I suppose, is probably the thing. So I think, what we also see, Hui, is from year to year and cohort to cohort, the substantial difference in behavior in students and in terms of the tools that they use from 23 to 24, 24 to 25, and now 25 to 26, the behavior and the tools has shifted quite substantially, probably at a more rapid rate than at any time since the internet came about. So what do we do about it? What we wanted to do was actually go to our AI governance framework. And we think at the council that this is a really good place to start, because basically, with our AI governance framework, we can start with our structure. So rather than walking around and saying, we have this problem, let's deal with it, we have this problem, and then you sort of playing a game of whack-a-mole, maybe with things like AI detection tools, which we know are, really not a great idea, and some of these other practices. If we take a step back and say, how do we organize ourselves to meet the needs of students and to meet the needs of industry and the economies and the communities that we serve, then we can think about how we organize ourselves, put the people and resources in place, and then grow. So we start at the council with our objectives, and this is really important. We want to start with the outcome that we're looking for. And then what we did was we divided it down into 4 pillars: the way we use AI, the role for people, our internal structure, and the way we communicate. And it sits on this very clear foundational layer that I think we can all agree on, that it should be about people, should be transparent, fair, accountable, and safe. And then we started to look at this risk-based view of the world. And this is pretty typical in higher education because a lot of our regulatory frameworks are risk-based. So we created this taxonomy here. We know there are a number of them out there. This is our one, everything from open use to prohibited use and everything else in between. And this is just a logical way for institutions to be able to start having these conversations. But what we wanted to do is, at the same time as thinking about risk, can we also think about the potential for value to be added to the impact on the student journey if we allow the use of AI, encourage use, and even mandate the use of AI. And in the full presentation, there is much more detail about how this works and some of the benefits and lots of examples as well. And once we start to build our structures, one of the things that we think is a bit of a blind spot is this area of communication. And so as institutions, we are used to talking inside our walls, at our instructors, at our students, at our researchers and our staff about some of the things we want to do and some of the rules. But in fact, as the social license of institutions begins to erode, and the quality or the perceived quality of our qualifications meeting the needs of industry begins to deteriorate, we need to start to make people feel very comfortable about what it is that we're doing. If you ask the average person in the street, tell me about AI and education, often they will say AI equals cheating. And if they think we use AI to cheat and our students use AI to cheat, then we begin to have a fundamental social license problem. So we need to gain more skills in communicating with our legislators and regulators, being able to have honest conversations about how we're doing things like assessment, how we're meeting the needs of the future workforce. And again, with our industry and our employers, we need to talk to them about some of the things that we're doing to make adjustments, but equally we need to listen, because, you know, if we assume that over 40% of all jobs over the next 5 to 10 years are going to be substantially transformed, what's our role going to be? Are we going to be a central player in helping with that economic transformation, or are we going to be pushed aside? So we need to have a great dialogue with industry and employers. We also need to reassure our prospective students and their parents, and course advisors at schools and colleges around the world, because they need to feel confident that coming to a university or a college is a good investment of 3 or 4 years of their time, and probably a whole pile of money as well, in terms of their personal benefit, economically and socially as well. So we need to be able to have that conversation with them, and the broader community needs to come along for the ride as well. I'm now going to just share with you a little bit of some of our AI readiness framework, because we talked about some of the fundamentals in terms of how we build our governance structures, but every institution around the world is saying, well, what do we need to do in this area, and what do we need to do in that area? This document, which is freely downloadable from our website, is actually a very interesting one, because it was co-developed by 27 of our university members from around the world. Now, it's really interesting because this came out of our first AI working group. And so this reflects the opinions and the lived experiences and case studies from all of these universities in various parts of the world. And the principles that they agreed on that institutions need to consider when they're talking about readiness are these 4 here: resilience, adaptability, transformation, and community. And in the full document, there's plenty of description as of what all of this means. And they've agreed that really there are 10 areas that institutions need to be looking at in a very thoughtful and very practical way. And we know that institutions are doing pretty much a few of these in various parts around the world. And so we wanted to be very deliberate about how we express these. And so, for example, if you're considering at your university, your teaching, learning, and assessment strategies, well, that's great, but you're doing 1 out of 10 things that need to be considered. If you're thinking about how you build operational readiness, you're doing 1 of 10 things that need to be considered. And I love that issue there of accessibility and inclusion, because often we think about disabled people or people who come from marginalized communities or don't speak, the common language of the community in which they live. But actually, I really challenge our members to think very carefully about accessibility and inclusion in terms of how many more people can we affect with what we do, given all of these new tools that are available. So can you 2x or 3x or 4x your impact by virtue of the fact that some of these new technologies are available? This is all expressed inside this report, which is fully downloadable. And for each of the 10 dimensions, there are a series of these reference cards. And in each of the reference cards, you can see a descriptor for each of the stages of development in each of those dimensions, a case study from a real Digital Education Council member, reflective prompts. I call these conversation starters. How do you start to have this series of honest conversations inside your institution? And very practical ways of getting from level 0 to 1, 1 to 2, level 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. And with that, I think I am going to hand over to, no, am I doing this one? Wait, I think I'm going to do this one quickly. Yep. All right. We agreed that yesterday. We're going to let me just plow through this. We also have developed the Digital Education Council's AI literacy framework. So you can also download this from our website. And we wanted to start off very slowly with articulating why we think AI literacy is slightly different to digital literacy and fundamental literacy. And as we sort of walked through and looked at a range of different AI literacy frameworks that were out there, and we reviewed more than 30 of them. And for our members, we gave our thoughts around 9 of them, including EDUCAUSE for our American friends and UNESCO's. And we wanted to understand, with all of these frameworks that were out there, why is nobody using them? And so we launched this a little bit earlier this year. We're really, really pleased with the incredible response that we've had. And basically, if you look through these 5 dimensions, you can see it's a little bit like the way that a human looks at anything new. So first of all, we want to understand what it is. So we ask some basic questions. How does it work? We want to understand what it does. So we ask, how do we evaluate its output? We want to know how to use it ethically. How do we ensure humans remain at the center? And this 5th dimension here, which really says, how is AI literacy different for different people? Because we have to remember that for all the people that are here in this audience, teaching and learning professionals, and you speak with people like us all the time, we must remember that there's a professor of dentistry and a professor of architecture and a professor of agriculture for whom this means something fundamentally different. And so as we do that, we started off very slowly with a typical 3-level rubric, but we want it to be very careful to articulate that we don't believe everybody needs to get to level 3 in order to operate. And this is probably implied in a lot of frameworks, and it's fundamentally unrealistic. So we go through each of the dimensions, and there's lots of examples of ways to progress through the levels, and lots of ways of being able to engage with different departments and different faculties around your university to really help get buy-in and ownership, because so much of this is not about technology, it's about organizational behavior and human behavior. And we have lots of great case studies coming up about great ways that institutions have done that using our framework. We also wanted to express how we think faculty can very practically bring AI literacy into the classroom. And we've mapped it against our framework. And you can see each of those skills that were on the last slide are down the left-hand side here. And we go through each of the dimensions, and we've given them all a label. In this case, foundational applied, application, and strategic leadership. And then what we did was we wanted to express, again, how we don't believe everybody needs to get to level 3 in order to operate, to be able to teach with AI literacy in the classroom. We also did the same thing for students, but what we've done is we've slightly changed the way that we apply this to the framework, and we don't use words like strategic leadership because students aren't strategizing, they're just using it. So we call it baseline, expected, and forward-looking. Right, now it's over to Wei.
Thank you so much, Danny. So today we also want to share 2 reports that we have recently published. And those 2 reports are meant to provide a very practical and hands-on guide for you to integrate AI in your assessment and teaching. So the first report is called The Next Year of Assessment, where we explored how you can integrate AI in your assessments. And at the council, every time when we look at AI in something, we always take a step back and look at the fundamentals. And here, if you look at the fundamentals of assessments, it follows this 5 typical stages cycle. It's starting from setting the learning outcomes to delivering, to developing and delivering assessment, and then you review, and then you repeat the cycle. And so when we're thinking about AI assessment, it's fundamentally about how we can better guide and measure learning outcomes with or without AI. And in the age of AI, as you can see in the slides, assessment naturally fall under one of these 3 categories. So the first one is AI-free assessment, is where we don't want our students to use AI at all. So in this case, we need to design out the possibility of them to using AI and to test their authentic, unaided human skills. The second category is AI-assisted assessment, where students have the option to use AI for specific tasks with the boundaries. And the key thing here for instructors is that you need to have a very clear instruction and a very clear boundary regarding where AI can be used and where it cannot be used. And the third type, AI integrated assessment, which is the key focus of this report, is the type of assessment where students are mandated to use AI to complete the assessments. And here AI becomes integral part of the assessments. And to understand how educators globally are using AI in their assessment design, we reviewed 101 global use cases, and we have identified 14 emerging methodologies of AI integrated assessment, as you can see on the slide. And maybe I can take like a few minutes to elaborate on a few of the examples. So Danny, if you can kindly go back to the previous slide. We want to give you a bit of idea on what this methodology is about. For example, in the first category, AI to enhance traditional assessments. Methodology number 2, AI first human revision. So as the name suggested, this means students can use AI to make the first draft and then use human judgment to critique and build upon AI content. And similarly, human first AI review, which means students independently complete the work first and then use AI to review and to make improvements. So those are the very practical methodologies that we have identified. And in the next slide, you can see all this practicality we have captured in this methodology card. Each card for each methodology contains the description, the step-by-step assessment instruction, 2 real-world case studies, as well as the learning outcomes and AI competencies best supported by this methodology. And this report is available on our website. Please feel free to download, and we would love to hear your experience with experimenting with AI. The second report we want to highlight is AI for students' engagements. Again, we want to take a step back and look at the nature of students' engagements, and we can see it's fundamentally made of these 6 components. And the next slide is where we analyze the relational shift between AI and the engagement. And we can see that AI has become the first consultant. Students go to AI first and bypass the interaction with peers and the faculty. And we see that represents a foundational shift. And by this foundational shift, we also identify the 4 key opportunities, which are shown in this slide, in the next slide. And those 4 key opportunities, we have elaborated a little bit more in our report, so please feel free to download. And in order for you to get a better idea on how you can integrate AI in students' engagement, we again reviewed 106 global case studies, and we identified 24 emerging methodologies of how AI can help you to engage your students across 6 different areas. And all these methodologies, we have designed a methodology card as shown in the next slide. They are very structured. Each card contains the description, the context for implementation, the guide and the real-world case studies, the observed outcomes, as well as key measures of success. So we really hope you can go to the Digital Education Council website to download those 2 reports and let us know how you experiment with it.
Great. Thanks so much, Hui. And we recognize that there's so much that we just put out there. You can see we're at slide number 60 in 30 minutes. And thank you to CJ for keeping us on time. All of the information that we provided to you today is in the slide deck that will be available for download, and they come from some of the reports and executive briefings that we do every month for our members. Coming up, in fact, we just published yesterday the online course excellence toolkit, which is available under the publications tab on our website. And coming up over the next couple of months, we have more reports. These have come from our working groups. So these are from universities and colleges all over the world using our process to generate output like you've seen. We hope if you're not involved that you do get involved with some of our work. And just before I hand back to CJ, and I can see we've got some questions, I wanted to let you know that in terms of AI literacy training, the Digital Education Council makes available 2 courses, one for people who work at universities and one for people who study at universities. And we have so many people around. We've really been overwhelmed by the number of people who've taken these up. So we're really, really excited. Thank you very much for joining us today. Those slides will be available and very, very happy to take some questions. CJ.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Lots of great information in there. I was screenshotting away, as I assume everyone else was as well. And I've done my best to try to get links to some of the reports that you guys have talked about in the Q&A session. We're really shy on time, so I'm going to say we have 1.5 minutes for maybe you can refer to Nishara's question. In your experience, what AI-driven strategies have the strongest impact on student engagement, especially students with special learning needs?
What's the number one cure? Whey. I'm gonna pass this one. In rugby, we call this a hospital pass. Go.
Thank you so much, Danny. So I saw this question during the presentation. I think it's really interesting. So if I may, I want to break this question to two parts. So the first part is about what is the use cases that has the strongest impact. So our very short answers is that we cannot give you the answer is because the whole world is in a phase that they're doing all the experimentations, and impact measurement is the key topic that comes naturally as the next step. And this is actually the key focus of our council at the moment. We're collaborating with the multiple universities to understand the impact of use cases. So we're very happy to follow up with you and to tell you the real impact. But
I
then
think
when it comes to people with special needs, then we're talking about inclusivity, and AI can greatly help that. For example, if there are a lot of tools already in the space that can live translate, for example, this session, and it can help a lot of people who have special learning needs. And for that, given the time constrictions, we have to say there are a few use cases that we have outlined in this AI for Students engagement report, especially for those that have the accessibility feature to help people with special learning needs.
Can I say as well that we've got our best practices collection that will be launching in January, and
Yes.
hopefully we can surface some of these best practices. But also some of our members do some great publishing on this stuff. Virginia Tech and Northwest University in South Africa publish loads and loads of resources for free, and some of them are just incredible. And I'm sure you'll find something in a few of our members' websites.
Thank you so much. You did an amazing job of answering a very difficult question in a super short bit of time. And thank you for giving us food for thought and lots of reports to read and think about. We really appreciate your efforts here. For those of you that are attending and collecting exit codes, so exit codes are what we use for you to get a certificate for when you've finished off, when you've attended, I think, at least 4 sessions. The exit code is, for this one, action. So action is the keyword for this one. I think that's well suited. And for those of you not quite sure how to get the certificate from the Faculty 360 website, if you scroll down just a little bit, there's some clear information on how to go about getting the certificate with each of the different exit codes. Thank you so much to our presenters. We're going to take a brief break and start up again at 12:30 with our next session. There's maybe another question in the Q&A, Danny and Wei, if you happen to have time to fill those in, that would be great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you,
Thanks.
CJ.
To attendees, we'll start back at 12:30. Hi, Lisa.
Hello, good day. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. We're just about to start in about 5 minutes, but I think if you'd like, you can pull your slides up and get them shared if that works for you.
Great. Yes. Let me move my screens around here a little bit.
That's okay. And just so you know, there are participants in the room, just not that,
Okay.
just so you know.
Everybody. Can you see that okay? Oops, not yet. You can't. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. It's 12:30. We are just about ready to get started with our next session at the Faculty 360 Summit. My name is CJ Davison. I'm a faculty member here at Zayed University, and I'm really pleased to welcome Dr. Lisa Clark. She has a talk for us today about reframing Bloom's taxonomy for the AI era. As someone who's been involved in instructional design for what feels like forever, I'm always delighted when a little Bloom's taxonomy comes up. So thank you so much, Lisa. We look forward to your talk. So we're starting at 12:30. We're going to aim to have some time for question and answer at the end. There's a Q&A button that those of you can jump in for to fill in. And at the end of the session, I will let you know the exit code for this specific session. All right, so we'll carry on over to you, Lisa.
All right. Thank you so much, CJ. So good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Lisa Clark, as CJ said, and today we're going to explore what it means to reframe Bloom's taxonomy for the age of AI and why this really matters for student learning, for assessment, and for academic integrity. So let's see here. My slide's not moving. There it goes. All right. So I currently serve as the Associate Vice President of Academic Transformation and Anthology Blackboard. I've spent over 20 years in higher education, and I've served in many roles as an instructor, a content creator, an administrator, and for the past 11 years have been with Blackboard. I'm so thrilled to be able to be here with you today with this amazing virtual event. I'm very excited to be a part of it. And I just wanted to kind of tell you what my work has been centering on. So really, based on my title, some of that is about academic transformation, but also a great focus on technology with pedagogy, digital learning strategies, and supporting institutions as they adapt to emerging technologies as well. And if there's been one constant across global institutions and education, I have seen it's really this, that AI is certainly shaping and reshaping, I should say, how we design, teach, and assess learning. So I'd like to begin with us to just think about, why do we want to rethink or reframe Bloom's taxonomy at all, right? So let's take a look at that a little bit deeper. And by the way, please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. There's the QR code if you would like to connect with me there. I would love to see you. So this is the white paper that all of this research has been based on. It was published at the end of, I think about the end of August of this year. And what it has in there is a reframed cognitive model for the era of AI and assessment practices that really make it real. So my goal today is to provide you a little bit of a summary of this paper and, of course, the research that went into it. It is also to provide you with some clarity and confidence and hopefully a path forward that's rooted in research, in pedagogy, and in practice. Academic excellence doesn't fade in the age of AI, I've come to see. It really can just make it more essential. So I'm really thrilled to be talking with you about all of this today. Okay, so why does this matter? Well, if we look at this graph here, we see that we have traditional Bloom's taxonomy on the left-hand side and the AI era Bloom's taxonomy that I'll be showing you in a little bit here on the right. And then we have this mix that kind of overlays in the middle. And what I have found out is that, students must not only know and adapt and apply content, but they must also analyze how that content is now generated. So this becomes even more essential when AI is involved, and to also understand why it matters. The integration of AI into education requires an adjustment from AI, and it provides us an opportunity to create and concentrate more on authentic assessments while alleviating barriers as we kind of look at and face and embrace AI literacy from traditional teaching methods to those that promote critical thinking and adaptability. So we, as a company, we Blackboard, sort of sit, I'm going to grab an icon here real quick. We sort of sit here in this center point, right? We sit there in the middle. Our innovation in the area of AI can really bridge the traditional with the AI era. And I think this is exceptionally where we thrive. This is our differentiation in the market, and this is what we need to focus on when we speak about the use of different AI features as well. Now, this might look familiar to you all. CJ mentioned she likes, hearing about Bloom's taxonomy, and we're all pretty familiar with this pyramid. And the pyramid or the triangle, it always kind of looks pretty similar with all these different variations of color. So this is really traditional Bloom's taxonomy. Now, there was the initial one created by Benjamin Bloom back in 1956. The one that you see on your screen here is actually a revised version that came about almost 25 years ago by Krathwohl, which is an absolutely foundational way of aligning different goals and objectives in a course that are very measurable. And what it does is it looks at different levels of higher order thinking. So if you weren't familiar with Bloom's taxonomy, this is a crash course in what that is. So when you look at the bottom of the pyramid, or the triangle as this one may be, you see that there's some lower order thinking skills here that start right about, at this bottom purple level. And then it goes up to what is the Krathwohl's apex. This changed a little bit when Krathwohl reframed this 25 years ago, and that is create. So that is kind of like the apex that it had there as the highest order of critical thinking in humans 25 years ago. So it has guided us. It has put down this foundation for us to design learning for decades. But it was built for an era where students generated every piece of content themselves, right? And today we know that generative AI changes when and how our actual critical thinking begins. So why reframe Blooms in general? I know there's a blank screen here, so don't worry. But how many of you can actually relate to these conversations that I've been hearing personally about AI? First of all, I've heard, AI is going to ruin critical thinking. It's going to destroy how people think. And then I hear all the conversations about plagiarism and the fears that go into that as well, that students are going to be cheating left and right, and there's not going to be any original thought anymore. That there's really no higher order thinking that could be had. So I was actually out on LinkedIn and I came across a post from a gentleman where this particular image was shown. And it gave me a little bit of a heart palpitation, I have to say. So what prompted this investigation was literally this image. It sincerely troubled me. I remember I was literally driving in my car after I saw this image, and the image is literally showing the different levels of Bloom's taxonomy all crossed off, as you can see, and saying that AI is going to completely destroy our thinking. And I was like, is this really where we are heading? I was on the product team for Blackboard, where I was able to see all of our AI features being put into the platform in real time. I was able to help test out different features of it. And I was like, gosh, this can't be where we're heading. This can't be it, right? So this is what kind of initiated this white paper as I started to think about this in my research into teaching and learning with AI. So let's break it down a little bit further than that and see what we can do to make this a better scenario. So let's take that fear mongering that AI has brought out of the equation for now. And we'll start here on the side of the cliff, right? And our idea is to cross this bridge and go to the other side. And there's a journey there, right? There is a journey. Let's take a look at this with a little bit more of a focused lens. So yes, it is true. AI, that generative AI, I should say, has sort of upended the assumptions that underpin how we assess learning. That goes without saying. But it is no longer sufficient to just ask students to demonstrate what they know. We must now ask them to interrogate how that knowledge was formed, how AI potentially assisted in its generation, and how it can be ethically used moving forward. And I think that's the foundation there, right? Is that ethical and trustworthy way of using AI. AI is not just a tool that instructors need to really understand. It is really becoming a foundational element of digital fluency for learners across all disciplines. And as we look at this, we also, think back to when the internet just came about altogether. I'm dating myself here, but I remember when that all happened. And it was also a moment of fear for education because it was another, people are going to cheat all the time. They're going to be going out on the internet for all their answers. And this is just that next phase, right? This is the next wave of innovation that's happening here. So as institutions can begin to think about AI literacy policies and building this into their core curricula, we want to make sure that we're ensuring learners graduate with the ability to collaborate with and critically evaluate intelligent systems ethically and responsibly. I feel like that's sort of our role these days. So I feel like it's really imperative because it's really not theoretical at this point. It is really being actively addressed by leading institutions across the world through the building of AI literacy initiatives. And as AI can radically accelerate content production, the question really becomes, where does the learning actually happen? So I kind of felt like Bloom's really had to evolve to reflect that shift. So where I kind of saw this were four forces kind of all coming together. So one here is that AI accelerates content creation. However, human discernment really does become the differentiator here. So even if it is creating some content, we still are owning that content and having to differentiate what's, valid, what's real, where it's all coming from. We also know that employers are prioritizing judgment, ethical reasoning, and critical thinking. So that has become another theme here. Integrity and assessment models with academics, we really feel like that needs to evolve in tandem as we build out some of the structure. And also that AI literacy is becoming a core expectation. It's not just really a nice to know feature anymore. It really is, or even like a bonus skill to have. This is really becoming imperative. And so as we look at this from an instructor's standpoint, what does that really mean when it comes to teaching and learning? Well, I've talked to many, many instructors over the last couple of years, and I am also an adjunct faculty member myself still. I used to be, as I mentioned earlier, full-time faculty, and knowing faculty and listening and hearing faculty literally over the last couple of years and speaking about this, I felt that instructors needed more than reassurance. They really needed balance. And so I wanted to look at how we can create some clear expectations for AI-aligned teaching and learning, also pedagogical models that can support academic integrity and rigor. Also wanted to think about, okay, how do we do this ethically though, right? We need some ethical guidance. We need some transparent policy frameworks to build off of. And also maybe some practical examples that they can immediately start to use and put into place. And with all this, we're looking at, how can we do this without over investing a whole lot of time, because we know none of us have a lot of free time to do many new things these days. So how can we do it with time at the essence, with support, with confidence building, and no pressure to just, keep up with technology. I didn't want that to be the case here. So rather, I didn't want to look at this as faculty looking for shortcuts, because I don't think that what that is at all. I think what we need are different frameworks that preserve rigor and authenticity. We also are, I was also thinking that we need new ways to evaluate learning when AI is part of the process. I thought let's look at needing confidence that the human element still does matter, because it absolutely does matter. We really wanted to provide a clear framework that helps rethink assignments in ways that leverage AI constructively while scaffolding student reflection and metacognition. And while Bloom's has long provided that foundational lens for instructional design, as we saw before with Krathwohl's version of it, it has never been static. So each era of revision has reflected shifts in pedagogy and educational priorities, just like I think we are facing today. So without further ado, let's take a look at this a little deeper. So as you see here on the screen, very simply, these are the traditional levels of Bloom's taxonomy that I showed a little bit ago. This is again the Krathwohl version, where create sits at that apex. So these 6 levels have guided the curriculum design, assessment strategies, and faculty expectations, like I said, for decades. But here's the critical issue here. When Bloom's was developed for that era, at that time, learners really did have to produce every piece of content. And I very briefly mentioned that a bit ago. So every summary, every explanation, every draft, every interpretation, all of it, right, was originated with the learner. Today, that assumption really is not any longer true. As you know, I did show you earlier, AI can now perform many of the observable behaviors that map to Bloom's middle levels, and that's where that graph came into place, right? That graphic with all the things crossed off. And what we know is that it already can summarize fast and pretty efficiently. It can classify, paraphrase, rewrite, interpret, exemplify, and even assemble preliminary analyses in seconds, right? So rather than combating that and fighting against it, I wanted to look at this with the lens that doesn't mean learners no longer need to understand or apply concepts at all. Those cognitive processes are absolutely still essential. But what has changed is the evidence we use to measure them. So if a learner can complete a task using AI without demonstrating any of their own reasoning, the task really no longer reliably reflects their understanding, right? So the challenge becomes this: which behaviors still represent student cognition and which represent AI capability? And if we can't rely on traditional Blooms that you see here, and those Bloom's verbs, if you will, the remember, understand, apply, etc., if we can't rely on those to distinguish those two things, then we really needed to look at a framework that could help us see what thinking looks like when AI is in the room and when it's in play. So that's what led to the development of this reframe taxonomy. So this is a model built specifically for when AI-enabled learning is in place. So as we take a look at this, I'll start from the bottom here. And this is the lower level cognitive levels that we are talking about with Bloom's. And it's kind of a line there, as you can see, in comparison with what was the traditional Bloom's to my proposed reframing of Bloom's. So curate and question is where learners interrogate AI output for accuracy, for bias, and for relevance. So instead of remembering altogether, they actually really do need to question where things are coming from, and they need to question its integrity, right? Its accuracy. Prompt and explain is where understanding is demonstrated through intention and through direction. What we do know with AI is it's only as good as what we're putting into it at times. So as you prompt and ask it to explain different kinds of concepts, that alone is a level of critical thinking when students really need to think about how they're going to retrieve information. If you go up another level, we're looking at adapt and apply. This is where learners can adjust AI output for new scenarios or for new contexts. So they're transitioning information in a way. Compare and validate, where they can kind of cross-check information and evaluate its credibility, which is imperative. We know that there is sometimes hallucinations or bias that comes in with AI. So this right here is absolutely crucial. Challenge and reflect, another level up, right? This is where you would critique assumptions, including their own maybe, right? Including the learners themselves. So, what does that look like? Can you challenge it? Is there a validity in what's being said? And when we challenge it, let's reflect on how we got there. And then co-create. Now, this is the same as the creative craft walls apex, right? But this is where human expertise and AI capability come together with an intention and with purpose. However, I didn't think because of all these different layers, and again, this is where AI is involved, I then proposed a new level. And that level is transform. Now, this is where learners produce work AI could not conceptualize without human insight. So I felt like this is pushing us to having an extra level here. All these 7 levels do really matter. However, there's actually 3 of them that really represent the most significant cognitive shifts in the AI era in comparison with the Krathwohl model. These are the levels that do require the greatest redesign in learning and assessment, and I kind of wanted to take the time to spotlight these 3 without having to go through all 7 levels in detail. I thought these 3 really could set apart some of the information I'm trying to share here with you today. So let's take a look at why. Why does co-create, curate and question, and transform, why do these deserve special attention? Well, these 3 levels are where the major shift occurs. These are the levels where learning fundamentally changes because AI exists. So we have the questioning of this, right? So reflect, question, curate. That is where we're having the ability to teach students to verify, challenge, and improve AI output. This is what we are looking as a starting line of thinking, right? That base level of critical thinking. Co-create represents that moment, like I said, where the human and AI come together to really start to work together in a very purposeful way. It also is where, things like creativity can happen, but alongside of AI, right? Instead of working harder, let's work smarter and think about how we can co-create an area together. And then transform is where students produce that work that AI could, again, never conceptualize independently. And this is what I'm proposing as the highest form of human cognition in the AI era. So these are levels where instructors could feel the most pressure to redesign assignments, to rethink instructional strategies, and to safeguard academic integrity as well. So that's why I wanted to spotlight these three. So this first one, the bottom of the new reframing, is the foundational level, really, in this reframe taxonomy, because AI changes what it means to begin here. Traditionally, students produce the first draft. Well, now we know AI can actually do that in seconds, which means that learning shifts to what do the students do then with that draft. At this level, students evaluate the reliability, the accuracy, and the quality of AI-generated content. They can learn to spot biases, inconsistencies, hallucinations, and certainly gaps. And this is a very deep informational literacy in action here. Curating question or looking at this and questioning is foundational. It builds information literacy and protects authenticity in learning. So once students can question AI, then they're ready to actually collaborate with it. And as we go up through the other levels, the middle levels there are blooms, we then reach that higher level of co-create, right? And at this level, students move beyond critiquing AI and begin building with it. The learning is driven by their ability to combine AI output with disciplinary expertise, with scholarly sources that are credible, right? Where we know that AI is infamous to not have credible sources. So we need to make sure that we're finding those on our own, and also with their own reasoning. So again, for instructors, we can see that the most immediate opportunities here are to reduce workload while elevating rigor. For example, AI can generate case studies, right? It could give us data sets or sample explanations, and then students must refine, expand, or strengthen those using disciplinary knowledge. The key here really is transparency. Students need to justify their decisions. Things like, why did you accept one part of the AI output but reject the other, right? Excuse me, which scholarly sources did you use to strengthen the response? How did you ask it again and prompt it again for more of an explanation? So co-creation doesn't diminish human expertise. It actually forces students to bring that expertise to the table. That's the shift that we're looking at and what we're learning with AI. But collaboration and co-creation, as we saw, was not the end goal here. We looked at co-creation as, again, close to that apex, but it's preparing students for something a little deeper. It prepares students for what I'm suggesting is the highest cognitive demand these days, and that's transforming knowledge. So transformation represents, again, what I'm proposing as that highest level, a new apex, if you will. And this level is where learners take that knowledge they've built and apply it in ways AI cannot conceptualize on its own. This is where human judgment, ethics, creativity, and contextual understanding become absolutely essential. AI can assist, of course, but it can't originate the purpose, the insight, or the human perspective behind the work. That is still integral to the whole process. They communicate to new audiences, can reframe concepts, or solve small problems or large problems at scale. All the work that requires human intention, creativity, and judgment. So a transform output might be something like you see here, right? It could come out in different ways. A reframing analysis as a policy memo or a clinical scenario, or maybe even a business model. It could turn AI generated drafts into a community facing infographic together. it could apply a concept to a new cultural or regional strategic plan. So there's different ways that this knowledge could transform. And it's designing something AI could never conceptualize on its own without human input, judgment, and creativity, like I said before. So transformation is really where we see the learner's voice. So let's take that a step further. What does transformation look like when we apply it to a real academic task? So this is what it could look like in practice, right? This is where students generate something that, again, AI can't conceptualize on its own because it really does require human intent and human interpretation and human context. So in practice, transformation might mean that reframing that concept as we see here, applying knowledge and tools to drive some real world change, like maybe that policy we were talking about, perhaps redesigning that solution for some sort of new community facing AI informed solution, whatever that might look like, or even creating something rooted in a lived experience. So, taking all those different pieces and parts, creating artifacts to generate some sort of social change through innovation. Transformation is where we see the clearest evidence of mastery because it really does reflect thinking AI can't replicate. So, when we think about preparing our students for a future shaped by AI, I feel like this is our North Star. This is where we're heading. The goal isn't necessarily to outproduce AI. It's really to bring distinctly human strengths to the process of learning and creation. So if I take this into the platform of Blackboard, I'd be remiss if I didn't do that, right? We have a number of different tools that are available here, and those are all here in this middle section here of this table. And this is all inside the white paper, so I won't read through all of these verbatim, but you will find ways in which I've connected the reframe Bloom's levels on the left-hand side to the AI design assistant that's what we call our feature set for AI generation. Um, those are the different tools that you will see inside of Blackboards that could be used to meet those different levels. Okay, so these ideas represented in the white paper are there to encourage you, right? They're here to encourage institutions, to encourage instructors to integrate these into curriculum design, maybe even into faculty development, and certainly into student AI literacy pathways. And it's there to support transformation and to approach AI intentionally. So please do take a look at this at your own leisure. All of these are inside the paper, and I even have a breakdown by discipline too of some use cases and examples that perhaps can help better fit the use of AI in your instruction. And I'd love your feedback at some point too, if you feel like you would love to reach out to me. So the examples that are reflected in Anthology's intentional approach to AI integration is definitely one that has been rooted in pedagogy, ethics, and empowerment. And it really does reflect a commitment to human-centered, ethically grounded innovation. All of their AI features were really a brainstorm of our Chief Product Officer, Nico Mathis, and he really is a scholar of AI. He also created our accessibility software ally. So everything we have done, in recent times, it's been about usability, accessibility, and definitely innovation. And our innovation has really come full circle here when it comes to the different AI tools that we have. So our AI-powered tools in Blackboard are not intended to automate away complexity necessarily or to displace instructional expertise. Rather, they are really designed to amplify human creativity and to deepen critical thinking and foster meaningful learning experiences. These tools are intentionally developed to support the kind of instructional practices that are highlighted in the paper that I showed you, and they're certainly ones that prioritize engagement and reflection and ethical reasoning. I love using some of these tools. I think they're amazing, and they really have shown me how to pull different kinds of critical thinking out of our students. And again, that was another driver here for this white paper. So ultimately, we aren't really teaching students to just use AI. We are really teaching them to think with AI. It's a very different perspective if you think about it that way. So with that, I wanted to showcase some other publications that we have. So along with the Reframing Blooms for the Age of AI paper, we also have just released another paper called The Future of Assessment, and that is a blueprint for learner evaluation in an AI world. It takes some of the thoughts that I had in the Blooms paper as part of this research, and it reflects upon it even deeper. And then absolutely wanted to talk about AI ethical in an ethical way, in a trustworthy way. And that's where we're looking at academic integrity and authentic assessment. And that's another paper that we have here available for you. So I invite you to take a look at that. This work is supported by ongoing research, definitely the publications that we had that are focused on aligning AI with pedagogy, with meaningful innovation. And across institutions worldwide, we've seen that this message is very consistent. AI can evaluate learning, but only when faculty have the tools and the support that lead to this transformation. So please do take a look at the white papers I reviewed here with you today. It's also a lot of great work, and there's even more out there. These are just 3 that I decided to showcase for you today. So I'd be thrilled to have you take a look at those. So really the key takeaways here today. So what I've tried to do is explore with you how AI is reshaping not just what students learn, but how they think, how they question and transform ideas in a very tech augmented world. And with that in mind, let's look at some of these main themes here that I tried to broach with you here today. So one, learning is evolving and it's certainly not ending like we saw in that graphic, right? AI changes the process of learning, not the purpose. Our role here is to really help learners think, reason, and create in partnership with technology. Our reframed Bloom's taxonomy does elevate cognitive expectations for the AI era. It's taking an approach where students move from simply using AI to directing it, evaluating it, and improving it. And this is with human insight driving that whole process. And then we're thinking about assessments, right? How they need to really shift to evidence over time. Rigor moves beyond a one and done task toward something more iterative, reflective, and authentic demonstrations of mastery. Skills signaling does absolutely become, and competency does become absolutely essential here in this process as well. We've seen here that learners need visibility. They need to verify evidence of capability, and they need to do that through different things like maybe in artifacts with portfolios, micro-credentials, and competency-based measures. They need to actually verify the evidence that they've had. And then instructors need to really have to be enabled to drive that student's success, right? I want to see faculty and instructors to be very confident about this, ethically informing them that there are engines that prepare learners to thrive and lead in an AI-powered world. And everything we do at Blackboard with our AI features are very protected, right? Everything that you do inside of the LMS is protected and it stays with the LMS. It is not used outwardly to share or teach any learning language models. So that's another confidence builder there as well. And really the bottom line here today that I wanted to share with you is that we're not just preparing students to keep up with AI. I think we're really preparing them to lead in a world shaped by it. So I thank you very much. I'm very excited about this moment in higher education. I really do feel like together we can lead in a future where AI does strengthen learning. It can deepen thinking and it absolutely can elevate what humans absolutely do best. So thank you again for the conversation. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or email me with any thoughts that you might have from today's presentation. And CJ, were there any questions in the chat? I wasn't able to see them,
That's
as I'm sure.
okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa. Really, we've enjoyed your talk, and it's been great to kind of. I think you've really inspired lots of ideas. We have questions coming in sort of 2 channels, so it may feel like nobody's listening and nobody's talking, but there's lots of excitement about the
That's
ideas that
okay.
you've been presenting. I'm
Thank
gonna,
you.
yeah, so absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna have one question here. Let's see. This is from Mohammed Lakhani. Do you believe that the AI-based enabled taxonomy you present adequately reflects the shift from focusing on the correctness of learners' outputs to emphasizing the integrity of their learning process? This was one of the
Oh,
points
sure.
mentioned by one of the keynote speakers in the morning.
Um, I think so, yes. As we take a look at the taxonomy, let me bring that back up here. So as we look through here, absolutely like challenging and reflecting, right? So making ethical judgments, refining the perspectives. We've all played with, Chat GPT or whatever the agent is in the day. And there's many a time where, you might ask it a question, but it's not giving back to you what you thought you were asking it, right? So we really do have to think critically about this. And the information that it's giving you, you absolutely have to challenge and reflect on it and compare and validate it. So is that answering the question, CJ? I wanted to get to the root
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I think so. And the this one's my own question. I'm going to selfishly ask. The oftentimes I think people interpret Bloom's taxonomy like it's a staircase that you've got to step through all of the steps in order to get to the
Right.
highest level.
Yeah.
Is that part of what you see here, or the entry points varied?
No, I think the entry points absolutely vary, right? It depends on where it is. And I also will say, I really think that both taxonomies can live in the same, course, really, because there might be times when you're not using any kind of AI, so you'll fall back on the traditional blooms, right, for those kinds of reflections. But with the reframed version, when you are having AI as part of the conversation, absolutely, you can enter in at different points, right? There could be something where you're just starting off a project. Maybe you have an idea and you wanted to have another lens as to what your idea is. So you put it into an AI agent and you try to dig a little deeper. You try to think through a process. I know when I'm using the AI tools that we have inside Blackboard, I use it a lot of times for idea generation. There's times when I cannot possibly think of another discussion board prompt, right? I can't possibly come up with something new. So we have a feature inside of Blackboard that will help generate a discussion prompt based on my content. It's my content, it's what I have written, but it's using my content to come up with a different way of, asking my students something. However, that being said, I need to come at it really at the fourth and fifth layers, right? I need to look at it and compare it and validate it and make sure that it's really authentic. And I also want to challenge it a little bit. It might not be exactly what I want, but it's a starting point for me. And that's that takes me back down to the first level, right? Where I'm looking at that beginning cognitive thinking and I'm looking at this from an idea generation and, I'm going to curate and question, right? I'm going to move from looking at things or just knowing it verbatim to really thinking about it in a different way. So I think you could bounce all over. I don't think it necessarily has to be a scaffold.
That's fair. That's great. Okay, one last question because we've got 2.5 minutes
Yeah.
left. This is also from Mohammed. He's asked, where do you see the skills of effective prompting by learners fit? And how can we help cultivate those? So in the
Yes.
taxonomy, yeah.
So I think it starts here, right, on the second one. So prompt and explain is where that communication really does fit into place here. So um, that's where understanding is demonstrated through that intention and direction. So again, I think it's even though it's a lower cognitive level, so to speak, because it's just constantly like in a way like Socratic questioning. It's like the ability to continually ask questions to get deeper meaning and deeper iteration. I think it's demonstrated there, right? Because that has to be foundational. That has to be some of the things that we initially do with AI in order to get the explanations and the direction and the guts the guts of the foundation of what it is that we're trying to find. I think it's right. It right sits there. But it then moves up, right? Because then you got to challenge and reflect it. And then you're going to go back to prompting, go to challenge and reflect and back to prompting. So I think it's going to be really this mix of both.
That's great. Yes, thank you so much. And I just have seen one more question pop in. Oh, Fatma Saeed, I love this. So my worry about is about critical use of AI and how we can effectively teach this to students. How we change their frame of mind to see AI as a partner and assistant and not provider of answers.
Yes. Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think that's why I kind of look at this as, when you have children and you hold something back from them, I feel like it sometimes makes them want to do it more, right? So for my teaching, I've actually encouraged my students to use AI. However, I want them to use it in ways that I can see how they're using it. So I want them to critically evaluate it. I want them to show me how they're prompting AI. And that's part of what we do inside of Blackboard itself, because there's a feature there, for instance, called AI Conversations, where it literally will give the instructor the entire transcript of how a student is interacting with an AI persona. So I can see as the instructor exactly how my students are prompting and looking at something, explaining it back to the AI persona, asking it additional questions, getting more information out of it. And I think the encouragement and the use of AI in this ethical way is where we need to kind of begin, right? Because what we can do is encourage that transformation, right? We can encourage students to, again, think with AI. I hate to just keep saying that, but it's true, right? Using it as a partner, not using it as something that is, meant to be used for cheating or meant to be used for plagiarism. Let's look at how we can actually use it as a tool, much like we would do with the encyclopedias back in the day, or with the initial parts of the internet where we would probe it for information. It's not really a whole lot different. It's just a different way of getting information. And it's what we do with that information that becomes imperative.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Lisa. Really, we
Yeah.
appreciate all of your thoughts and lots to think about from what you've talked about here today. For those of you that are attending this session, awaiting the exit code for the collection of your certificate, the exit code for this session is Bloom, as in Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom, there we go. And if you're looking to learn how to collect your certificate, go to the faculty360.org website, and the instructions are, if you scroll down a little ways, you can see them there. I am going to be handing over my facilitation duties to Peter Davidson, who has also just arrived. Our sessions will reconvene at 1:30. And so I think as we finish, thank you so much, Lisa. We really appreciate your thoughts, and we look forward to connecting with you on LinkedIn.
Sorry,
Thank you so
CJ,
much.
it's 1:15. 1:15.
Okay, 1:15. 1:15 what?
Yeah,
We start
1:15.
again.
We start again at
Thank
1:15.
you.
No
All right.
worries.
Thank-
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That again. Now, we don't start. Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to meet you, Peter.
Nice to meet you too. Really looking forward to your talk.
Well, I'm a bit nervous, but I'm sure it'll be okay once I get going.
You don't need to be nervous with Peter in the room, Jane.
Well, you did warn me Peter was an excellent person to be moderating, so
Yeah.
I'm in safe hands.
Indeed, you are.
Did you say something nice about me, Michael?
I did. It's only because it's on camera. I'm going now.
Okay. Okay, so Jane, I'm going to introduce you at 1:15 briefly, and then just briefly mention what you're going to talk about, and then
Just so you know, Peter, there's the attendees are also in the room. Just so you guys know.
Okay, have I said anything bad about them?
Nope, that's okay. Just wanted to know that you knew. You were talking like maybe they didn't know. So that's all.
I figured they were in the room. Hi, attendees. Welcome. What was I saying? Oh, right. And then so we sort of have to finish quite promptly before 2, like at 1:55 we actually have to be out of this space. So depending on how much you want for discussion and questions, your talk should be maybe 35 minutes.
I'm aiming for 30, Peter.
Oh,
can you let me know when you'd like me to share the screen? That's probably the important thing for me.
All right.
Otherwise, good to go.
So 2 minutes. And I'll get people to write their questions in the Q&A box, because apparently there's an app as well, but being a male, I can't do 2 things at once. I can't multitask. So Zoom app, no, that's not going to go down well. So tell me, Jane, where is the University of Creative Arts? University of Creative Arts.
That's in Farnham, Epsom, and Canterbury. It's 3 sites. So I recently left there, but that's my my last post. I was at UCA.
Okay, cool. Oh, so you don't work there at the moment?
No, no.
Okay.
They're so excited. So. Amazing. I'm really okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for coming to our next talk. The speaker is Jane Roscoe. She used to work at the University for Creative Arts in the UK, and now she's a creative and educational consultant. The title of Jane's talk is really interesting. She's talking about AI and creative practice, practical framework. So I think Jane's talk about AI and post-human creativity is always going to be emotional and charged because it involves so many issues such as plagiarism and authenticity and disclosure and ownership. So I'm sure Jane's going to cover all of those points and give us some brilliant insights from the world of industry. So Jane, over to you. You can share your screen.
Thank you. I will do that now.
And can somebody in the audience please remind me to give you the code at the end to get your certificate? I need to give everyone a code word in order that they can get a certificate. Okay.
Right. I am trying to share this with me only. Here we go. I'm not sure I want to be in the corner, but that looks like, here we go.
Looks good to me, actually. You are in the corner, but I've got a good size screen.
Oh, sorry. I seem to gone to, oh, I'm just going to stop sharing for a second.
Okay.
It looked like it was on the first page for me and wasn't. So let me do that again. Apologies. Right, that should be better. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And as I slightly worried, I would mess up getting the PowerPoint on, but we're there now. So I'll keep an eye on the time as well, and hopefully we'll have a bit of a chance for questions. But I'm going to talk today about the arts, culture, and creative industries, because I think obviously, when we're looking at the educational context, there's a lot of similarities with all the disciplines as we tackle AI. But I think there are some particular things that are important here in the creative context. And I want to talk about how we can get into those conversations with students and support them through that. So, AI, arts, culture, and the creative sectors. Well, AI is everywhere, isn't it? It's already changed the way that we make, create, and consume content. Now, often if you ask people, are you using AI to create things? Are you using AI in your art? And they'll say no. And then you say, but do you use TikTok? Yes. Okay. Well, AI does power TikTok. And already you're into a conversation about what AI is and where you use it and what you do with it. But I think it's true to say that it's absolutely everywhere. My industry, screen industries, film and television, has been really rapidly changed by AI. If you look at something like pre and post production in the creative industry, special effects, all of those basic level jobs have gone now, because the sort of grind of the analysis and the work that you do in special effects can now be done by AI very quickly and very cheaply. So we're already seeing industries really changed by these technologies. And as we go forward, that's only going to increase. And I think that's something just to keep in mind, because when students come to university, we've got to now think that probably the first year of most of our courses are defunct. We probably don't need to be teaching the stuff we're teaching at first year. So we'll tap into that a bit later. AI seems to be able to do everything, doesn't it? It can write songs, poems, and scripts. Someone was telling me last week that the first AI song to reach #1 the country billboards was "Walk My Way," "Walk My Walk." I don't know the song, but it's out there. Of course, AI has also made a Hollywood actor, Tilly Norwood, and I wonder if many of you have seen the discussions around that caused quite a stir in the industry. Tilly has been signed up by an agent already. And this week, an AI actor made the first appearance in a microdrama in India. So really, we're getting very much used to the different ways in which AI operates in society. Now, I thought this was quite interesting. Again, when we're talking to art students, people do get very defensive around the use of AI, and we're going to get into those conversations about authenticity and authorship soon. But I think this is a very interesting example. AI has made a Rembrandt. Now, what this actually entailed was AI systems going through all the work of Rembrandt and coming up with what they would think is a typical Rembrandt. Now, we can't look too closely at this one, but certainly at first glance, it passes. Also, Christie's actually auctioned off what they described as the first AI-generated artwork, a portrait of Edmund de Bellamy. Again, the conversations around what happens now that AI can make art that passes at places like Christie's really opens up some very interesting conversations about what constitutes original artwork. So AI obviously is here to stay, but I think the conversation for our students in these areas is really about how do we move away from some of the polarized debates. Art students, certainly in the institutions I've worked, seem to be really split, and the debates are very polarized. So students who are in areas like fine art, jewelry, ceramics, the crafts, often are very anti-AI. The students in the screen industries, in gaming, in design, are using AI in really innovative ways and actually really embracing what AI can do. And in the middle of that, we've got students who think that AI really is only Chat GPT, and AI is really just about getting your essays done quicker. So how do we sort of move away from those sorts of conversations? And how do we really get our students engaged in AI in all its different forms? So some of the challenges we've got in the creative educational space, one is really preparing students for the future world of work. And this actually does affect all of us, not just the creatives. But the creative spaces are changing so rapidly. We have a duty to make sure students are literate in AI. You don't need to use it for everything. It's not the answer for everything, but you do have to be literate in AI and understand where it fits in your discipline. And as I said before, the different parts of the creative sectors and art sectors do have different responses to AI and different concerns. So we also need to make sure that we're actually addressing those in our teaching. And I think there's a real fear around AI. If you're not embracing it, you're terrified of it. And I love this picture because I think this sort of says it all. AI is this huge looming thing that might be controlling everything. And I think we've got to engage in those conversations seriously. One of the most important things we can do is understand how to become facilitators between human and machine learning, because we will need to do this in the future. It's about those partnerships. And if you look at something like the games industry or in special effects, as an editor, or if you're working in soundscapes, you no longer work on your own. You work in partnership with those machines, those systems and processes. So really understanding what that might look like in different parts of the sector is really crucial. One of the things that will keep coming up and is so important are the ethics of AI. And I think this is about how do we help students make decisions about what might be right and wrong? And how do they do that in the moment when they're making decisions, when they're creating works? How do we start to have those conversations about what we might term situational ethics? As we move deeper into that conversation about how we use AI in the creative industries, this idea of authenticity is really important, and it's linked to authorship as well. And I think that's one of the areas that needs unpacking and exploring with students. And authenticity is really important for all of us. How many of you have had an email from someone and you can tell it's just been copied from ChatGPT? Starts to look all inauthentic. The voice of your colleague sounds not quite right. So it's something for all of us to keep an eye on. And those things are important because we've got to maintain that notion of being trustworthy. So there are sort of three layers, aren't there? We've got to understand AI. Now, none of us need to be experts in every single piece of AI and every process, every platform. And of course, there will be experts we can draw on. But I think having that general literacy is really important to navigate the spaces, to understand how we might be able to use it. And then it's about how you apply those ideas, those processes and systems. And once we're comfortable there, then the conversation about creation and co-creation really starts to come alive. Now, practical approaches to working with AI. Lucky for us, the creative process has its own rhythm and method, and this actually is a ready-made framework for exploring issues around AI. No need to reinvent the wheel, no need to come up with something complex. The process itself lends itself really nicely to thinking about how we can engage with AI at different parts. So if we think about the creative process, and to be honest, this actually is a process that, critical thinking, innovation, we follow the same sorts of processes. There's a moment where we might start with play, researching an idea, thinking about what you're going to do. Then there's the moment of creation. There's the moment of performing or sharing, and there's a process of reviewing. What could I do better next time? That process lends itself really nicely to thinking about how you might use AI at different points with different consequences. There are a few things we need to shout out about as we go through these processes and think about how we might use AI. We've talked already about AI literacy and understanding. That has to be throughout the process. And I think that support that we can give students outside of any specific conversation about using AI in your discipline is really important. That literacy is crucial. Authorship keeps coming up. It's about being authentic. It's about the voice. It's about, is this yours? Who made it? And so on. The ethics. Data. You know, AI is only as good as what we put into AI. So a consideration of what we're drawing on and the power of data here is quite an interesting one. Again, I'm not suggesting that every student needs to be experts in this, but needs to understand the impact of data. We've talked about ChatGPT. I mean, still, when AI comes up, that conversation about are you using ChatGPT to cheat? I think the conversation's moving slightly away from plagiarism, more towards authenticity, but one to keep in mind. Interestingly, human rights, you know, we have to talk about this more directly when we talk about AI in the classroom and thinking about how this impacts the work we do and the way in which we use AI. And again, that goes back to some of the ideas around environmental implications and also AI bias. All of these things that frame the content that we'll get out of AI. These are the things I want to keep in the back of my mind as I think about how we might use our framework. So play. In many respects, this is like the research phase of working on your creative piece. You're thinking, what am I going to do? Why am I doing this? And so on. So what's our intention when using AI in this phase? If you just go to ChatGPT and say, what does this look like? Or how can I make this? You're not going to get very much out of it. But learning to think about the prompts we use and how we can use this in the research phase can be really fantastic for students, and probably one that creative students bypass a bit too quickly. Let's have a think about something like creative writing. So AI can be used to develop an understanding of something like story arcs and narrative structures. Now, none of us are going to have time to read every single novel, to read every single Hollywood play, but we'd very much like to understand very quickly what the shape of a story is in a typical Hollywood movie, for example. That's something AI can be used to do very quickly and to help you understand genre. So using AI there to sort of pull out some of those narrative arcs and stories, the way the hero is presented, the hero's journey, people are very familiar with these things. Number one, AI will allow you to do that very quickly to get a very deep understanding of it. But more importantly, it gives you a place to start from to say, do I want to go down that route or do I want to try something different? The next prompt might be, well, if that's a typical Hollywood narrative, what does a typical narrative from Asia or another part of the world look like? And how can I start to think about doing something a bit different that has a different point of view? So I think that sort of prompting, knowing what's been done before, understanding the context a bit more of where your practice sits is a really useful way to start students using AI, which goes beyond the cut and paste. Representation is also something that can come in here, because once AI gives to you some of those context pieces, it's going to be pretty obvious where representation sits. So, for example, we know that within Hollywood, there are issues around representation of race and gender. That will become very clear very quickly in this type of research. So it very effectively works in that way. It has to be more than a cut and paste, and it's about helping students to ask the right sorts of questions using the right sorts of prompts. Now, as we go on through this notion of creating, one of the issues that comes up, which is really important to explore here, is how what we create sorry for my spelling mistake there, how what we create gives value. When I talk to students about using AI in their creative work, they often talk about the sense that AI generated material has less value because it takes less time. And there's an almost fetishization of the artisan qualities of creating artistic work. Now, I believe that labour, that creative labour is valuable and very important. But how do we get students to talk about, what happens when we work with AI? Does value diminish if we co-create? What does the value mean in that marketplace now? Now, just going back to those earlier slides I showed with the Christie's taking a AI portrait to market, it certainly seems that AI generated content does have value, but it's a qualitative judgment here about value too. And I think this is a really interesting conversation to have with students about their work. At the heart of this is a sense that authorship is being challenged. Now, across the creative industries, the conversation about authorship and authorship is an ongoing debate. And of course, we've often moved from authorship to collaboration and understanding that, when a film's made, it's not just the director. Although at the Oscars, we still give the director an award for Best Picture. But, in this context, we start to think about what authorship looks like, not just collaboration with our peers, but collaboration with machine systems. And I think this is a really challenging one for students, and one which, is a good debate to have. No easy answers to this one, but I think this is the place to have that conversation. What's useful, though, is thinking about authenticity, because that's the key here. If you can remain authentic, then I think your authorship remains in place. This image was actually from the Coca-Cola Real Magic project. They asked artists to collaborate with them, with Coca-Cola, and to use AI to create artworks displaying Coca-Cola. When I've asked students about this one, mixed responses, as you can imagine. A sort of distrust of Coca-Cola. I mean, what did they get for free? Lots of great material. I know some of the artists, there were some payments, but it's a marketing tool. And this, really makes students question the authenticity of it, the authorship, but also the value. And I think this is where things get quite interesting in different parts of the sector. The value of art seems to be in that creative labour, and that seems to be diminished by the sense that if you co-create with AI, that value goes. So that's something I think we can keep talking about. I think in different parts of the industry, this is different. I think when you explore product design, for example, I think there's less concern. Design is often working towards mass production rather than individual pieces of art. So I guess that's one of the reasons why that looks different there, and there seems to be less worry about value. But I think there's some really interesting questions about whether AI can help good design become great design through being, for example, more inclusive. And can co-creation create better products? So a slightly different conversation. And certainly in classrooms, we've explored work that's been created for people with disabilities where technology is being helpful. Perhaps, for example, Gen AI creating bespoke solutions in communication. So different contexts. And I think data bias here is the question to sort of raise. How can we make sure that when we are creating those systems, that we are challenging the bias? And again, to go back to first thought, that AI is only as good as what we can put into it. So AI, when we co-create, it's possible to create new models, systems, or new ways of thinking about things. It is a way to challenge representation and other issues around inclusivity. And you can change processes. It effectively works as a critical friend. And AI is not creating the content alone. Remember, this is a partnership. And I think it can drive innovation. And we see that probably most obviously in design areas, but also in terms of perhaps new ways of expression in other art forms. When we come to the performance element, how can AI impact the way in which creative content is delivered and communicated? If you've anyone who's been to London seen the ABBA performance, which is partly created through AI, it's really incredible the sorts of things that can be done with AI and the experience that you can have using AI actors. That is probably the big issue in performance, and that's really about the less positive conversations about AI. This is changing the nature of performance. And I guess, you know, the big question is something like ABBA, which does not have real people performing in front of you, can be seen as it's a fantastic show, but it's not real people. And what does that mean for the future of theatre and drama and so on? And obviously, this is one of the reasons why the writers' strike occurred in Hollywood. We are worried about AI taking the jobs away and taking the opportunities away. But it can be, and you know, it can be a shared endeavour. I think the ABBA example is quite an interesting one. Of course, ABBA worked themselves very closely on the performance, own the IP, and have done very nicely out of it. But I think this is where you start to get some very interesting questions with students. Now, Netflix is using AI on something like closed captioning and subtitling. This is about how we can use AI not just to create our content, but also to help the accessibility of our content. And I think that's really important to remind students of the other things they can do with AI in the creative industries. It's not just about the piece of art or the creative content. New modes of delivery there, a great way to experiment and test out creative content. Great way to understand audience responses to content, to make that more accessible and to manage to communicate that content to a greater extent. So it can support your communication of your creativity, and it absolutely helps with experimentation and engagement. Now, the review part of that process is the bit where you just think, can I do it better? Can I do it differently? And I think AI is great at really helping you explore iterations of processes and content. Try it out a different way, do it again. You can do that quite quickly with AI. And I think it allows you to access other points of view. And again, that goes back to how we use our prompts and how we use AI in the process. And maybe you can use AI to determine what works and what doesn't. So it aids reflection and further reiterations, and that critical reflection is absolutely essential for those working in arts and creative, as well as in other disciplines. It's a key asset to be able to really reflect on your work. I think it also supports further experimentation. So, in terms of that sort of framework, what we're trying to do is create a space to be a facilitator between that human learning and machine learning, to ask the difficult questions, to explore that and start to reimagine. We want to be able to say yes and no. So this is about the ethics and about making those decisions around bias and representation and understanding that enough to know when to say yes and no. We want our students and staff to be purposeful in how they use AI. So thinking carefully about when you want to dip into that process. You don't have to do that all the way through. And be honest in how you represent AI informed work. Let's not pretend it was all our idea. Let's think about what collaboration and co creation really looks like. And see AI as a toolbox. So, thank you very much. That's really what I wanted to share with you today. It's really just about thinking how we can use that creative process itself to start pulling in AI, to have those difficult conversations, and to create that new space to reimagine what art and creative industries could look like in that collaboration with AI. There are lots of tools available, and I have just provided a couple of references and a couple of toolkits that you can access, and we can send those round at an appropriate moment. But I think my 30 minutes is just about up, so I'll stop sharing there and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. That was, as we say in New Zealand, that was choice. I have a question. If anyone else has any questions, please put your questions in the Q&A box. Just before I forget, the code to get your certificate thingy is creativity, all capital letters, creativity. So I have a question. I don't know if you mentioned the word aesthetics. So I don't know if it's going to be a super difficult question to put you on the spot, but what's the and to be honest, not many other people have talked about aesthetics when I've been looking at this whole post-human creativity idea. So how do you see the role of aesthetics going forward?
This is an interesting one. And actually, I was thinking about this when we think about that sort of moment of creation when we're doing the art. What's good art? What's bad art? Because, of course, one of the big conversations around AI is that it's actually really hard work to make something that looks good. So the idea that AI can just make something look good or create a piece of work that is beautiful is actually really it's a difficult one, isn't it? I have seen some beautiful abstract work made through AI. I am not so convinced about how AI can copy perhaps traditional modes of art practice. So that Rembrandt looked pretty good from a distance, but I don't know what that looks like close up. Whereas something that is I think in the games industry, in the screen industry, special effects, you're starting to see a higher level of aesthetic sort of beauty in those images than we may be able to do manually. I think there's a whole new sort of technical language and sort of language to describe that is very different from when we talk about say, ceramic art, jewelry, or art. So I think that's a really interesting one. And I think that there will be probably, for me, it's very much tied up in that sort of value judgment as well, which makes it a really tricky one, the sort of high quality, low quality debate. And I'm always a bit worried about getting involved in that one.
Mm. When you showed that image of the who was the image of the famous Dutch artist that you showed at the beginning?
The Rembrandt
The
one.
Rembrandt, and you said,
Yes.
the way it was created was that, they uploaded all of Rembrandt's paintings and said, come up with a Rembrandt painting. It really reminded me of what Van Meegeren did. Do you remember the Van Meegeren situation? I mean,
Yes.
he did that as a human,
Yes.
Vermeer, and then basically got all Vermeer's pictures, and he said, right, I'm going to create new Vermeers. And that was the whole people feeling ripped off by the
Yeah.
aesthetics of paying a lot of money for a Vermeer, but it wasn't. And he only got found
Yes.
out because he got busted for selling them to the Nazis. So,
Yeah. Well, it sort of puts the whole conversation around fakes and authenticity in a completely different light because, there's no fakes have been bought and sold in the art world for years. What we're talking about now, though, is that I suppose the possibility is not so much in the fake selling something off as real because what the interesting thing is, we can now pinpoint the exact components of a Rembrandt painting. To me, that's where AI becomes useful in that creative process. It's like Chat GPT. If you just cut and paste, we get to that conversation about plagiarism. If you take that couple of paragraphs and think of that as an inspiration for something else, or you build on it or debate it, then we move into a different sphere. And I think that is the same with the art world. I'm not worried about AI making art and this being sold as AI art. I'm not very interested in people just using it to really copy and plagiarize and then sell it off as original art.
yeah, see that's the whole issue of sort of disclosure that I mentioned in the
Yeah.
beginning. Like, when you see some amazing digital art, you sort of think, well, how much of it was actually you,
Yeah.
the creator, and how much is it was it the technology? Um, what about the future of art, of post-human art? I mean, at the moment, you obviously feel it's a collaboration. Is it getting to the stage where it's going to be competition, where humans are competing against AI produced art? And then what comes after that? I mean, obliteration, I guess.
Well, it's a sort of, isn't it the same sort of debate we had when, sort of film came on and, kind of technology changes, television arrives, then streaming arrives. But things we reinvent, don't we? We're just as human beings, we're really great at reinventing. So I don't think it's so much a situation as, well, sooner or later, AI will just take over. We will keep running together. But I think what is interesting, I think we will always have the artists who work, as individuals painting. That will always exist. There will always be somebody who will create a beautiful ceramic piece. What we will also get, though, are new forms of art where people work together with AI and different technologies, which will create different sorts of immersive spaces, different experiences. We will then have work that is just made by machines. So I don't think it will be the case of one just taking over the other, but as we develop, all of those things will still exist.
Hmm. Yeah, I think humans always create that. I think they always want to create, and
Mm,
I think maybe in the future even more so as we got freed up more time if AI starts taking all our jobs. Just one last quick question. I've been told to give us the 3-minute warning. How do art students feel about the future? Are they pessimistic? Are they optimistic? Is there a bit of a mixture? Are they, with AI, the role of AI, how do they feel generally, in your opinion?
I think it's a bit mixed. I think if you're a fine artist, you're worried that, AI will be the end of your craft. If
Mhm.
you're in the games industry, you're incredibly excited about the possibilities. If you're in design, you're already there. So I think that's why I think this process of having these conversations with your disciplines along the way is helping people realize what it means for their discipline and what they can do, as opposed to just being in that camp of, I'm not doing anything with AI or I'm doing everything with AI. That's not useful. So I think I'm interested in how we get people together to talk differently about AI and use it where they can and where they don't want to. But I think it's that AI literacy is really important, understanding the ethics and authorship and working through that is really important.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jane. I know that the next speaker, Thomas, is here, and he's going to be talking about AI literacy as part of his meta literate talk. So a nice segue into what he's talking. Thank you so much. That
Absolutely.
was absolutely really very interesting, and you touched on a lot of interesting ways that that AI can be used throughout the creative process, which was really valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Okay, so for those of you that want the code again to get your certificate, remember the code is creativity. So some people have been asking me, what do we do with this code? What's it for? On the 360 Summit website, if you scroll down the bottom, there is a place for you to enter these codes, these words, and you get some kind of attendance certificate that you've attended whatever sessions you've attended. And I think if you attend 4, you get some kind of certificate. So the code for Jane's session is creativity. Okay, so I can see Thomas.
Sorry, Peter, correction
Yeah.
on that. It's
Yeah.
actually you apply for the certificate. There's an application, and part of the application are the 4 codes that you can
Okay.
apply for it. It's absolutely the right place. It's the faculty360.org website, and they can
Okay.
apply. There's a great big section there that says how to get your certificate, and they enter the codes once they go to the application form, just to clarify. Thanks.
Is there a code for the plenary?
For the first 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was if you attended that. I'm not going to give them away, but there were 2 codes that were given away at for the first 2 keynotes.
So these codes are valuable. I could be selling these.
You could sell them on the black market and
Message me privately, people. I'll give you all the codes. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks. Thomas, would you like to have a little practice of putting your slides up and then?
Sure, that sounds great. I'll try that
Welcome.
now.
What time is it where you are?
It is almost 5 a.m., 3 minutes to 5.
Okay. I think you might need to.
Let's see.
So we can see a window.
Yeah, I need to hit play.
There we go.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So let's see here. Hold on a second. Okay. So you should see, now you should be able to see the
There you
slide.
go. That looks fabulous.
All right, perfect.
And your
Thank you.
session's due to start in about 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Peter,
Thanks,
it's all
Michael.
yours. I'm going to leave you alone now.
Thanks, Michael. Welcome, Thomas.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Very happy to be here today.
Another talk that I was really pleased to be moderating, actually. This
Wow.
idea of meta literacy is so vital, and people talk about it all the time, but they don't use this term. And people are always talking about using AI responsibly, ethically, collaboratively, but people don't use the term meta literacy. So I think I'm really looking forward to your book coming out next year about this exact topic.
Yeah, that's so true. I think naming has a lot to do with this. And when we actually came up with the name meta literacy, it seemed to capture exactly what we had in mind. And at the time, of course, we were thinking about social media and online communities, but we've really shifted the focus to AI because it's so relevant and because there's such a focus now on AI literacy, and meta literacy is especially important in this moment.
I remember 30 years ago getting all excited teaching about information literacy and thinking we were all cutting edge. But it's an extension on that, really, isn't it? With the
It
digital.
really is. When we published the first meta literacy article, we were arguing that information literacy, we were trying to reframe information literacy as a meta literacy. And that idea just took off, and it was an opening for us to think of this really in a new way. And since that time, it's just been a great way to think about this idea of meta and what that means in this context, the connection of metacognition and reflective learning. And the meta prefix has so many other interesting meanings. So we've really had fun with it. Me and my research partner, Trudy Jacobson, we really started this together. And it's just been a great experience.
Okay, it's 2:00, so let's begin. So welcome everybody to Thomas McKee's talk.
Mackey,
sorry.
Yeah, Mackey.
Professor Mackey is Professor of Arts and Media at Empire State University. I presume that's in New York?
Yes, we are in the state of New York. We're several places around New York, including New York City. Our main hub is in Saratoga Springs.
And as I just mentioned, he's got a forthcoming book called AI and Meta Literacy coming out next year, which should be interesting. So the title of his talk is Developing Meta-Literate Learners for Generative AI, an absolutely essential area for everyone, all teachers, medical people, everyone working in the field of AI. So, Thomas, over to you. Where you going?
Well, thanks so much, Peter. I'm really glad that you're moderating the session today, and welcome everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I also want to thank Christine Stewart for first telling me about this conference and inviting me to apply. So I'm really excited to be here. Yes, we are talking about meta literacy. So this is very much an introduction to meta literacy and how it relates specifically to generative AI. And I wanted to start my talk today with this really great quote from David Brooks in this article he wrote for the New York Times called "In the Age of AI, Major in Being Human." And I think that the quote itself captures sort of this tension between human and machine and what it means to be human when you're interacting with a technology that seems to have this dialogue with you that is almost human-like. But he talks about it as, AI will force us humans to double down on those talents and skills that only humans possess. And I think that's part of this too, is what makes us uniquely human. And he goes on to say that the most important thing about AI may be that it shows us what it can't do, and so reveals who we are and what we have to offer. And I just think that's a perfect way to frame it. That is very much in the world of literacy and sort of knowledge and the development of skills, and certainly the creative potential as well. And so I do think that it also has, of course, this idea of critical thinking about the technology, rather than thinking that it can do everything for us, but we can also look at some of the limits as well. So I do think it's just a great way to think about this within the context of literacy. So today, within the next half hour, and we'll also make room for questions, I will be talking about a few of the other literacy frameworks out there, including AI literacy, just very briefly. And as Peter noted, in many ways, all goes back to information literacy in many ways. I'll talk about that. And then really dive into an exploration of the meta literacy framework and as all the different aspects of that framework that has been developing over time, that we've been developing. And to make it even more concrete, looking at the meta literacy goals and learning objectives, which are all completely open. These are adaptable, transferable to all kinds of different disciplines. So I really invite you to explore this work also at metaliteracy.org, where you can find digital learning objects and publications and everything related to meta literacy, including these goals and learning objectives that we just revised this year with a particular focus on AI. And then I'll share some of the AI and meta literacy in practice from my own experience teaching the digital media arts program at Empire State University. And then, of course, make room for your questions as well. So there are many emerging frameworks for AI literacy. And this is an idea that has been around. But of course, with the interest over the last few years, there's even more interest in this. So this is one of the really, I think, excellent quotes that explains what AI literacy is. And I think you can find some parallels to other literacy frameworks. So really looking at AI literacy as a set of competencies, and that is really key, that it's not just one thing, it's about preparing learners through these set of competencies so that individuals can be critical in how they evaluate technologies, so that they can use AI to communicate and collaborate effectively with AI, and to use AI as a tool online, at home, and in the workplace. So this idea of lifelong learning, that it's not just within higher ed environments, that is really something that people really need to understand throughout their lives and different aspects of their lives as well. And this idea too that AI is a tool, this is really kind of in many ways, the main way it's been looked at in many ways. Although I guess I would challenge us a little bit to think about what Marshall McLuhan taught us, which is that the medium is the message. So what are some of the underlying meanings here with using AI, and how does that impact how we communicate? How does it impact the content we create and how we communicate with each other? So sure, it's a tool, but we have to really look a little bit deeper than that as well. One of the frameworks here, a framework for AI literacy, this is through EDUCAUSE, which has just been a real, I think, leader in this area and has published this. So this was published through the EDUCAUSE review. And I think it's interesting looking at this because it has these different dimensions that, sure, we want to understand AI, we want to be able to use and apply it, analyze and evaluate, and then ultimately creating AI. So getting to the point where we not only understand and use it, but that we can create AI systems. We can, as humans, we are the programmers in many ways that we're engaging with this technology. In this framework, it has those 4 levels that I think are helpful to think about. And then it has, for each of those levels, it has core competencies, key concepts, and reflection questions. And I'm showing an example here from the authors that I think are really excellent reflection questions that could be adaptable in many different ways. And it really shows the importance of reflection as part of the engagement with this technology. And this is a lead up to why it's so important in meta literacy. And the question, so what is uniquely human about your ideas, technologies, or structures? Again, think about that David Brooks quote. How might they differ from what an AI could create? And the second quote, what specific AI features lend unique affordances to ideas, technologies, or structures? So within the context here, it really is create AI systems. I would argue that from a meta literacy perspective, it's also create with AI, which is incredibly important because this idea of learner as producer is critically important to the meta literacy framework, and in many ways inspired meta literacy moving beyond an information literacy, so that it's not just finding, evaluating information, but it's really producing content in multiple forms and then ultimately producing knowledge. So let's look at one of the most recent definitions of information literacy from the Association of College and Research Libraries. And I think, again, you'll see some similarities here, this idea of a set of integrated abilities encompassing the reflective discovery of information. So that metacognitive piece is now a part of this. In fact, when this definition came out, an early version of meta literacy did have impact on this definition, which was really great. And it's also the understanding of how information is produced, learner as producer, and valued, and the use of information in creating new knowledge and participating ethically in communities of learning. Again, key that this is important for social spaces. It's not just sort of information, it is the production of new knowledge. So in many ways, meta-literacy did have an impact on this definition, but I think that meta-literacy takes it even further with an even stronger focus on metacognition. But again, you can see what this is. This is really a lifelong learning practice. It's an individual within their communities of practice, and gaining a set of integrated competencies to engage with information in today's changing and evolving information environment. So what is meta-literacy? So looking at this, and this is, by the way, I'm sharing some of the new diagrams. Mariah Lamb has been helping me as part of a AI fellowship that I've been working with this past year at Empire State University. So some of the diagrams are new representations. So meta-literacy then is a holistic model. It's really a pedagogical framework, again, to prepare learners as knowledge producers. It encourages that reflective learning through metacognition. So the idea of thinking of it as a meta learning, which is key to this. In many ways, the social media environments, online communities also had an impact on our thinking about what we need in terms of a meta-literacy, that it has to be collaborative. We learn in social environments, and that idea goes back to Vygotsky and others, that learning is a social experience, and that meta-literacy also reinforces critical thinking, which of course is key to information literacy, AI literacy, and other forms of literacy, and also this idea of self-directed learning. So as one reflects on who they are through metacognition, they gain insights into their learning, they think about their thinking, but it also really empowers them to identify perhaps some of their gaps in learning. So where can they go? How can they be fully in charge as a self-directed learner in their learning experience? So this diagram really shows the four main parts of meta-literacy that I'm going to talk about: the learning domains, the learner roles, the characteristics, and then again, those goals and learning objectives. And the model itself, it's really these three core components: the learning domains, meta-literacy roles, and learner characteristics. So now I'm going to talk through those. And key to this really is this idea of learner as producer. And that's really, in many ways, I think, what inspired this meta-literacy framework, that at the time, information literacy was very much focused on these standards, and it was very much about finding, evaluating, using information. So when we really came up with this model, it was this idea of learner as producer. But there are many other roles that relate to a knowledge producer in information environments. So you also have to be a participant because of that social dimension. And that, with that, being a participant means several responsibilities, ethical responsibilities, how you engage with other people. You have to effectively communicate ideas. You need to translate ideas, and not just thinking of this in terms of language translation, but really being able to explain to someone else an idea, being able to translate a concept to another individual in a social environment, being able to adapt ideas from one sort of technology or artistic format into another. So when we turn a book into a movie, or we adapt a play to some other kind of format, it's really that translation of ideas. Being an author and thinking of author, multimedia author, digital storyteller, in all of these different forms that we have access to through the technology. Meta-literacy also flips us a little bit in thinking of not just the learner, but the learner as teacher. because when you're in these social environments, when you're collaborating, when you're sharing your knowledge, you are in many ways playing a teacher role that students may not necessarily identify with or see as something that they are doing. Again, collaborator, producer, and again, producer of multiple forms of content in these environments, but then ultimately being a producer of knowledge. So that's really why the learner roles are so important. And in the learning activities that I've developed, it's really making students aware of the roles that they play and what they bring to any of these kinds of environments, including AI. So think about how important it is to think about yourself as a producer of knowledge when engaging with an AI interface, sort of that text to text or text to image or text to video. That is very much a form of writing and thinking and reflecting. And the more I think that learners are reflecting on that experience, the more effective they're going to be engaging with any kind of AI interface. The other key aspect to the model is really the idea of the learning domains. And of course, I mentioned meta-literacy, or I'm sorry, metacognition, because it's so closely aligned with the idea of a meta-literacy. So you have the metacognitive domain, but then really thinking beyond that, looking holistically at the whole person who is complex. So of course, they've got the cognitive aspect too, which is what they know, how they learn. They've got the behavioral, which is really how they apply skills, what they're doing with the technology, what they're doing with AI, how they're thinking about it. And then one that's, I think, often missed, although there's been a lot of research on the affective aspect, but I think is really key to this, is sort of the affective aspect, sort of how we feel about the technology, what our motivations are in working with these kinds of technologies. And I think in many ways, the affective aspect can also be a place where one can investigate sort of their biases. So if they're reflecting on sort of maybe how they feel about content or a response to something, perhaps they can investigate their own through metacognition, investigate sort of their own biases. So it's a way that these domains actually interact with each other. That's important. That's just one example. But I think key to all of these is that metacognitive domain. But again, if we're thinking about this aspect, or we're thinking holistically about humans, you know, these domains are uniquely human. This is really what's happening, is that this is something that is really that is human, to have feelings about something, to gain knowledge, to reflect on sort of how you're thinking about this. So again, very important to these AI environments that we're currently engaging with. And then the third part of this, the third component of the framework, is then the learner characteristics. And these are the characteristics in many ways close to outcomes. Sort of this is where we want students to be at the end of kind of a meta-literate learning experience. We want them to be adaptable to new technologies. We don't want them to be afraid of the technology. This is why I really advocate for engaging students and working with AI, sort of very different from this idea, oh, don't use it. I want students to use it, but I want them to use it in a really critical way, creative way as well. Being open to new learning experiences, being productive, sort of in how are you using a technology, be informed. That researcher role is really important here. And then being collaborative, participatory, reflective, and also civic-minded. And the civic-minded piece is really key, because again, if you're thinking about your contributions to communities, then you really have to think about sort of the value that you're adding to that experience. So that's the model. I know that's a lot to unpack, but let me now take a look at also how all of that, the sort of the conceptual framing of this can also become very tangible in many ways. So the meta-literacy goals and learning objectives, there are really 4 main goals, which I'll talk about here. Then I'll just show a sampling of the objectives. There's 20 objectives altogether, so obviously I'm not going to get through all those, nor do I want to talk through all those right now, but I just want to talk about this because I think you'll see within the goals sort of how this all comes together in very practical ways. So goal 1, being able to reflect on your identity as an active learner. Again, thinking about who you are as a learner. It's not just about the technology. It's not just about the information. Those things are always changing. It's about who you are and how you can situate yourself within these different information environments. Goal 2, being able to critically evaluate and ethically produce information. Again, that ethical piece is key to working within AI environments, having to do with sort of copyright, impact on climate, sort of how we use it, being transparent about the use. There's just so many ways that that's important. It really has to be foregrounded as a goal. Again, as part of that goal, reflecting on your roles and impact across platforms. So thinking about all the different technologies that we're using, sort of how do you critically evaluate that while also thinking about your own your roles, your own practice in these environments. Goal 3, contribute informed and ethical perspectives in these collaborative settings. Again, thinking about your contribution, thinking about what you're creating, again, how you're contributing to this environment. And then goal 4, it really takes it to kind of a next meta kind of level, being able to continuously develop learning strategies through a meta-literacy mindset or a meta-literate mindset. Because in that, as many ways, is what we're trying to prepare learners for, is that it's not just gaining skills or strategies, it's really gaining that meta-literate mindset. So you're bringing these ideas to any kind of information environment that you're working in. So those are the 4 overarching goals. If we kind of break this down, again, I think you'll see, again, these are totally adaptable, transferable. Feel free to use these. Notice too that we tag each of these objectives with the letter indicating whether it's affective, behavioral, cognitive, or metacognitive. That was part of our analysis. So you can kind of think how it all connects. So one of the key objectives, and the first one, again, relates to this idea of if you're being reflective on who you are, so that you can identify the strengths and areas for growth as a learner. Goal 2, objective 5, mentions AI specifically, being able to evaluate the role of AI in shaping content while contemplating personal responsibility, ensuring ethical, accurate, transparent engagement in what it generates, in terms of what it generates and the impact that it has. And then 2 more objectives. So goal 3, objective 4, again, develop ethical and creative approaches, both individually and collaboratively, to engage with AI. And goal 4, objective 3, this one I think is really important because our engagement with AI is sort of how creative can we be in these spaces, and how can we collaborate with AI in a way that's also building on ideas. So being able to formulate ethical and novel approaches to build on written, produced, or generated content that you find inspiring and engaging. And that I've actually seen in many ways. I mean, I've seen many of these in my teaching, but it's interesting with working with digital media arts students, this is really what they're doing. It's not just a matter of writing in the text and getting an output. And perhaps it's because I'm working with students who are artists and digital artists and designers. They're really working with all forms of art. Sometimes it could be a painting or a drawing, but then it's using AI almost as a filter and kind of building on that idea, generating something new that would not have created, they would not have created separate from that technology. But again, building on their original ideas, making it clear to them sort of where their ideas sort of are and how that engages with any kind of output they get from an AI environment. So again, I know that that's a lot to unpack, to think about. You can certainly go back to that later and explore that at metaliteracy.org. Let me just show a few examples of some learning objectives, or I'm sorry, some learning strategies from the program, from the Digital Media Arts program. And if you read through these are the program level outcomes. I think you can see this idea of meta literacy is really, I'm really proud of this, that it's really embedded throughout the actual program. In terms of what they're doing, they're evaluating, describing, designing, producing. It all leads up to learners as producers within these environments while also being critical thinkers. In one course where this happens is a digital storytelling course, which is ideal. And while this is digital media arts, this idea of being a digital storyteller, how we tell stories, is definitely relatable to many different disciplines. If you're working in biology, I think having students be able to tell stories related to the content that they're delivering would really, I think, and sort of enliven what they're doing and make it very real for them. But in this course, one of the first assignments, I really have students create a meta-literacy selfie video. So they're really thinking about themselves, introducing themselves to the class, but immediately getting them to think about those meta-literacy roles that I described and being able to tell us which role they identify with the most, how it impacts their role as a digital storyteller, so that from the very start of the course, it's a way to frame the course so that they get to think about these producer roles, these meta-literate roles as part of the experience. Another assignment that was developed specifically for AI environments is a discussion assignment where I get them to think about AI and digital ethics specific to digital storytelling. So what role is generative AI going to have on digital storytelling? You know, in many ways, it just opens up the possibilities of how they can tell stories, the kinds of images they can create, the kinds of videos that they can create. The idea of digital storytelling is that anyone can be a digital storyteller because we have access to technologies now that make that possible. You don't have to have the most expensive software program in the world. You could if you want, but you can also work with many other tools that are now freely available. So getting students to think about that ethical dimension is really key. The students in the course, this course really works with the model fully. At the end of the course, they do a self-assessment of how they did in the course, the kinds of stories that they created. And I asked them specifically to identify which of the characteristics best describe their own development as a digital storyteller. And it's just fascinating to get them to think about sort of that full model and getting them to think on their own about their own characteristics. So it's perfect for a self-assessment. Another course, just a few more quick examples. This course, Ethics of Digital Art and Design, I really designed this course before OpenAI, just to open the doors on generative AI, but I've really revised it multiple times since to embed these ideas into the course. So in this class, one of the early discussions is to really think about the ethics of selfies and self-portraits. Because it's an art class, a digital art class, I want them to kind of make that comparison between sort of what they're doing with their cell phone and what an artist does with a self-portrait. It's just fascinating, the ideas they come up with. And there's several really interesting readings that support this theme, asking them to kind of analyze what's similar, what's different about this kind of transient self-portrait, this transient kind of selfie, how it relates to these much more detailed, in many ways, selfies, provide all kinds of examples, but then getting them to think about what are the ethical responsibilities of creating selfies in this AI world that raises all kinds of issues about AI avatars, individual identity, sort of what you're sharing online, how these images can be easily manipulated online. Again, really, it works effectively because I think students just still identify with this idea of selfies because we've all been doing this now for several years. And then one last sort of quick learning strategy here, activity is the same course where throughout the course they have discussions, but they're also creating digital objects where the digital object is a way for them to think through these issues. So in this one, they're creating a digital image, it could be an audio file that is intentionally altered or manipulated in some way. And then they have to do this. They've looked at many artists who've done this, many examples, but then they have to think about sort of how did they alter it? Did they use AI to make the alteration? What does it mean? What kinds of tools do they use? What was their process? What impact did this alteration, the visual alteration, have on the understanding of this? What is the emotional, how did it change the emotional tone? Again, trying to get to that effective piece. And then what are the ethical concerns of this kind of image manipulation through these tools? Again, getting them to do that kind of alteration, but then to think about what that means. So those are just a few examples. I want to just talk a little bit, just quickly, before I go to your questions about what's coming up. I've had this AI fellowship this past year at Empire State where I've been embedding more and more of the AI and meta literacy into these digital media arts courses. but I'm currently developing a brand new Coursera course that will be open to everyone called AI Learning with Meta Literacy. This idea that not just learning about AI, but I intentionally flipped it so that it's AI learning. What can you learn? What can you learn about yourself in these AI environments, especially if you're applying this meta literacy framework? So you'll be learning about AI, you'll be learning about yourself, you'll be learning about meta literacy through this course. So I'm in that development now. I'm also working on another State University of New York Innovative Instruction Technology grant with my colleague Nicola Marie Elaine, who I'm working on that book with. And we're building and assessing an AI and meta literacy OER toolkit. So I'm actually going to be taking some of the learning activities I've shared here, and many other kinds of resources, including resources that we're developing for the Coursera course, and we'll be putting into this AI toolkit, which will be shareable through a Brightspace cartridge that we'll make available for people to use and download and apply to their own learning management system if they're interested. So that's kind of what I'm working on. You can see how I'm applying the meta literacy concepts. I now open this up. I hope I haven't gone over too much, and I hope there's some time for your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That was very, very interesting. My head's a little bit sore. Still trying to get my head around that framework. It's interesting. One thing that you just mentioned recently was that you were looking the ethics and digital art course you had been working on pre-ChatGPT, and of course, digital art has been around for 60 years, maybe. So I think in the digital art world, you guys have been thinking about this whole issue of how AI, or not AI, but how technology can impact and on what artists do. You've been thinking about this for a long time, where a lot of us has just been thinking about it for 3 years. Yeah.
I think that's a great point, and you're right. And it's funny in many ways. It just kind of prepared us for the moment because we were exploring these issues. And that one course, Ethics of Digital Art and Design, that's one of my favorite courses. And there's so many examples of artists doing really interesting things. One artist, Cindy Sherman, who has been working with sort of identity and photography. She did these untitled film series early on in her career. But she was then using technology, and there was a really great New York Times article about her, about how her at the time, more recent works, she was using Instagram to share these images. And this again was right before generative AI. And it just raised all these questions because she intentionally manipulates the images to have us think about representation in art and in technology. And then so I had been talking about her work as this starting point to thinking about how manipulating images alters the way we think about those images and what the artist is trying to say. Then she moved into generative AI. So you can find, if you look up her work, Cindy Sherman, she's taking those images and intentionally filtering them through these AI interfaces. And students have such interesting responses to this. It's almost like they're much more critical of the generative AI images that she's creating. I'm finding them fascinating, but they'll say, well, that didn't take as much work as some of these other works that she did. And it's interesting. And again, before AI, we were talking about deep fakes in this course. We were talking about also the manipulation of images in a photojournalism context. So we talk about art, but then there's all kinds of some minor alterations that then changed the image, changed the meaning of the image, and that almost seems like something you're not. In a journalistic context, it's something you're not supposed to do because you're just supposed to show what's represented there. But there's just so many examples over time. So it's just been a fascinating course, and then now add AI to it. That's why I'm constantly revising this course, because these issues now are even more relevant. But that's a really great observation that we have been exploring that, but now we're kind of updating it for this new world that we're in.
If anyone else has any questions, please pop them in the Q&A chat thing down the bottom there. If not, I'll carry on. I really liked the goals and the learning objectives that you presented in the framework. do you think as learning becomes more personalized and individualized and bespoke, do you think your framework will become more important because learning will be more of a personalized individual thing, and maybe there won't be courses or as such or organizations that deliver education as there are now?
I'd like to think so. I think that's a really interesting observation. This idea of personalized learning environments has been around for a while. I'm from Empire State University. We're very much in the Boyer model, thinking of the individual in an innovative kind of way. So, but at the same time, we're an online university, so we're thinking about collaboration, and that's where I think that's where we are in many ways with these technologies, and why meta literacy is important, because it focuses on the individual, sort of that person really being introspective, thinking about their thinking, but it's also promoting this idea of collaborative social learning. And to me, in my teaching, that's what I've always really valued. I want the student, of course, to grow and to know where they're going and be self-directed, but I want that sort of collaborative engagement because it's so real world, and it's also how we learn from each other. So I think that idea of personalized learning is key to this model. That's where the metacognition is, but the idea of being meta also means that you kind of step back, you reflect, you're thinking in kind of an overarching way. You can kind of step back from the situation and think in new ways through that level of reflection. So I think there's many different ways to think about it, but yeah, I think individualization and collaboration are key to meta literacy moving forward.
Speaking of meta, that is the code for this for this session. So if you want your certificate, META is the code.
Oh, great.
One comment I have. Oh, there's something in the Q&A here. Okay,
I see Christine is here too. Christine has written about meta literacy. She's
Hi, Tom.
Oh, hi, Christine. And she's she's written a wonderful chapter for the new book that will be coming out next in the spring. We just presented together in Bamberg, Germany. So not to cut you off, Peter, but I just noticed that Christine is there. If she has a question or a comment.
There's a question in the Q&A from Laura. She says, I've been thinking a lot about how meta literacy needs to be embedded in CLOs across every curriculum. What do you think are the most effective ways that institutions can begin rehauling course outcomes so that AI literacy naturally shapes assessments and learning activities?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so the course, we're so outcomes based, which is great. I think we've come a long way in that regard in higher ed. So the course learning, so we're always thinking course, level outcomes, program level outcomes. That's why I had mentioned that for the digital media arts program, I'm just really, when I look at those program level outcomes, it does reflect meta literacy. We don't mention meta literacy, but I think in many ways it's embedded in there. I think I would really start with the meta literacy goals and learning objectives. I just revised those with Trudy Jacobson, who's the person I really started this endeavor with, and we met in person over several months. We worked with AI. We engaged with AI to help us shape the objectives. Of course, we wrote it, but then we engaged with AI. So it was writing with AI and allowed us to reflect. And I think the idea of the goals and objectives, what's interesting about that process too, the meta literacy idea has developed. So AI is important, but we really streamline those goals and objectives. So I really think take a close look at the meta literacy goals and learning objectives. AI, by the way, is really great. This is where I think writing with AI is very helpful. You can ask it to revise your goals and objectives based on Bloom's, for instance, or you can feel free to input our goals and objectives and ask AI to shape yours in a way that reflects the meta literacy objectives. I find it really helpful in that way of kind of rethinking You're still writing, you're writing with AI. It's really getting feedback. It's really looking at AI as a collaborator. But yes, I think we need the program level outcomes. We need the course level outcomes. You know, we do it too based on module. Every module that we have, you know, in our fully online courses, we have module outcomes that trace back to the course level outcomes, and then even trace back to the program outcomes. I'm doing a program assessment now, so I've embedded, you know, I have rubrics in all my courses, and now I have rubrics in for some of the assignments to assess how the assignments are actually tracing back to those program level outcomes. And by the way, AI is great at developing rubrics for your courses. So I have to promote that idea as well. I'm sure you've discovered that. Those are some tools, those are some suggestions.
Just to add to that, Thomas, I'm doing a similar thing. I'm revising a course I teach called Technical Communication, and we haven't revised it for 7 or 8 years. And we started adapting the course learning objectives, but then we realized that we really had to start from scratch almost, because we were so much has happened in the last 7 years.
Right.
That we brainstormed, and then we went to AI and got some good input. And when I look at the before and after, there's not a lot of similarities. We've got like 1 minute for one more question from Syed, and he asks, "What is the relationship between meta literacy and project-based learning?"
Oh, that's an excellent question. I think it really fully supports project-based learning. I think the idea of getting students together to create something, I think it promotes team-based learning. I mean, it has elements of, ideas that have inspired me. You know, you can see, I think, some Freire in there, the idea of an individual kind of being within their world and working in dialogue with students. Again, flipping the script a little bit so that learner is also teacher, working in dialogue. But yeah, I think project-based learning is certainly supported by meta literacy in terms of the idea of learner as producer, working as a collaborator, as an active participant, being civic-minded in these environments. So thinking about what you're going to contribute to your community in a meaningful way. So yeah, excellent application for that. Explore that, then let me know about it, and something I would welcome you to write about for metaliteracy.org, because we do a lot of blog posts where we have authors kind of just come in and talk about how they've used the framework. So I invite you to do that. Really, anyone who's listening, if you'd like to do that, would certainly welcome it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Thomas, for a really quite outstanding talk. And it's just the cover of the new book.
Well, it's the AI cover. We're actually working on the cover right now, but that's sort of something I generated just for the fun of it. But we hope to have the cover soon. We just submitted the artwork that we wanted to select, but this is kind of a mock-up cover. But it is AI and meta literacy, empowering learners for the generative revolution. Christine's in the book. We have authors from around the world: South Africa, Europe, UAE, United States. We're really excited about getting this global perspective, and the case studies throughout the book are really going to be exciting. I co-authored a chapter with Nicola, who's my colleague, and I also co-authored a chapter with this other group I've been working in with this IP-ILM course. So I think you'll find it helpful. And thank you so much. This has really been great. I love the questions too. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Great job facilitating.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right.
See you. Okay. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Doing very well. I was about to say good morning, but maybe it's afternoon where you are. How are you?
What time is it where you are there?
It is 5:42 a.m.
Oh, cool. So you just stayed up all night?
Pretty much. I'm an early riser, so
Well, you have to be. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's 2:42 here, so quite civilized. Hey, Rachel, do you want to have a go at sharing your screen? And
Absolutely.
you may as well just keep it shared.
Okay, not a problem.
Because we'll start at 2:45 on the button.
Okay. Are you able to see that clearly?
Perfect. Yeah, that looks good.
Fantastic.
So I noticed you got a lot of books on your bookshelf there. Have you read all those?
I have actually.
Oh, it's pretty impressive.
Definitely a bookworm, and it's pretty representative of my undergraduate, my master's, and my doctoral program. So each level kind of highlights that. So some of the books are entirely in Spanish. About 2 levels are entirely in Spanish. The rest are higher ed administration type books, and then going into my teaching the past 17 years, different books in Spanish and research methods.
Cool. And you work for Quality Matters. Tell us about that.
do.
What's Quality Matters?
Sure. So, and I'm actually in some of the intro slides, I'll give a quick recap, but yes, Quality Matters is an international quality assurance organization. And we work with institutions throughout the world in ensuring the work that they are doing in online learning supports their learners. So we have several rubrics that are research informed and informed by the community, as well as course review processes, processes in place to review fully online programs, to recognize institutions that are engaging in course sharing. So they'll have students who are from one institution who may be taking courses with them. And so there's a variety of ways of recognizing institutional work around online learning. And then we offer a series of professional development and consulting, which is the area that I lead.
I think you might have done some stuff at Zayed University. I remember some people doing some courses about quality assurance.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I had the chance to meet a colleague from Zayed University at our most recent annual conference in early November. So
Who was that?
Her name was Wafa.
Wafa. I think Wafa's attending this session. I saw her name.
Yes. Oh, she is absolutely wonderful. We had
She's our
a
hero.
great conversation.
Hey, it's 2:45. Let's begin. Welcome
Okay.
everyone to I think it might be the last of the concurrent sessions today. We've got Dr. Rachel Brooks from Quality Matters. She's the Director of Quality Assurance Implementation Solutions there. Her research interests are interesting. She researches curriculum development, culturally affirming and inclusive design. I guess you have to do that in secret in the States these days, huh? Or you'll get into trouble. Digital accessibility, program assessment, and online language instruction. So she's going to talk about AI-driven strategies for personalized, engaging, and inclusive online course design. So very much looking forward to this talk and learning how to do a really good online course. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Peter. And you make an interesting point, especially as it relates to inclusive design. One of the things that we as an organization in Quality Matters realize is that the work that we do in supporting online learners truly is an effort to support all learners. And so this is something that is agnostic of what may be happening in higher education, in the world politically. It is a work of ensuring that all of our learners are supported. And so the strategies that I'm going to be sharing today are ones that anyone can incorporate regardless of area, because it's about, again, really making sure that all of our students are truly supported. So I'm looking forward to sharing this with you all. Just very briefly, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Quality Matters, I'd like to share just some context to let you know who we are as an organization and what we do. So we are a global organization that leads in quality assurance and online learning. We began in 2023 with a variety of faculty members and institutions who wanted to create design standards that were related to those quality best practices that are research-based. Now we have become a nonprofit organization that has over 90,000 individual members worldwide, and we are centered on collaboration, collegiality, continuous improvement, as well as research. As I had mentioned, we have a large population of individuals who utilize Quality Matters, including more than 1,300 member institutions across 50 states, as well as over 30 countries. We have over 15,000 courses that have been certified utilizing our various rubrics, as well as over 3,500 certified reviewers. And so there are different options that are available for individuals, schools, publishers, as well as organizations and businesses. We serve institutions from our K-12, so our youngest learners, to higher education and beyond. And our mission is to promote and improve the quality of online education and student learning nationally and internationally, again, capturing all learners. So we're focusing on development of current research-supported best practice quality standards, recognition of expertise in online education and quality assurance and evaluation, fostering a culture of continuous improvement by integrating those QM standards and processes to improve the quality of online education, providing professional development using our rubrics, tools, and practices, as well as peer review and certification in quality in online education. And we do that to help elevate and scale quality in online design and teaching, supporting online instructors with results-focused professional development, as well as helping each of you ensure that online learners receive a quality experience. So with that in mind, I'd like to share with you how we utilize these different resources and how we have focused our attention on different ways in which instructors, course designers, and various online learning professionals can utilize AI to support these engaging, personalized, as well as inclusive online environments. Again, just really focusing on how we're supporting all of our learners. So we're going to begin our conversation by talking about different AI strategies for personalizing online education, how we can amplify engagement online utilizing AI, AI for inclusive and accessible online learning, and recommendations and practical strategies. Now, I had the privilege of just earlier this year publishing a white paper through Quality Matters with a colleague of mine, Dr. Shabande Grady from North Carolina Central University in Durham, North Carolina, who is their founding director of their Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Research. And so the conversation is based on elements from that white paper. And at the end of our conversation, I will provide a QR code that you can utilize to download that white paper for free. So let's just begin by talking about the evolution of AI in online learning. It started out where we utilized AI to help us automate tasks like grading or plagiarism detection. We know that that has changed over time. And it's progressed to chatbots and smart scheduling. We now use adaptive learning and predictive analytics to support our learners' progress, not only to provide them guidance and assistance, but also to help us understand how they are progressing through the learning experience. Natural language processing then we began to utilize that to support context-based student feedback in ways that were meaningful for our learners and allowed them to engage authentically. And now we are looking at how generative AI enables content development in a dynamic way that's aligned with student performance. So let's dig into some AI strategies for personalizing online learning. AI is a great way for us to be able to scale personalized instruction across online learning environments. We know that it helps us to enhance online learner autonomy by giving them the ability to be able to control their progress and their experience through the online learning process. It helps to increase motivation as well as academic performance. It also supports varied learning paces and pathways, adapting to learners' needs. And it encourages inclusion by making sure that learners' unique identities can be incorporated in the design and the progression of the learning experience. And it helps to build that foundational trust and relevance in digital spaces for our learners. Now, when we think of adaptive learning and real-time personalization, it's really important for us to consider how AI tools can help tailor content and pacing, as well as scaffolding based on learner behavior. I love utilizing AI tools to help me identify where a learner may be experiencing difficulties and then breaking down assignments in such a way that we can guide learners piece by piece. AI also allows for us to be able to create specific and tailored instructions for certain learners if there are areas where they're experiencing difficulty. It helps us to deliver dynamic feedback through natural language processing, as well as offer visual, audio, and text support aligned with learner preferences. It enhances student retention and success, again, by allowing learners to have those customized experiences as they're engaging in the environment. And it can help reduce cognitive load by providing just-in-time resources that we can create relevant to the content and unique learner needs. We can also utilize AI and the predictive analytics that are associated with it to help support student success. We can use real-time data to help identify when learners are disengaged. In certain tools that we use, for example, with when we are having live sessions with our learners, there are even tools that can detect how engaged a learner may be in the live synchronous experience that allows us to be able to see, well, you know what, let's tap on this particular student, or let's reach out or engage in an interactive activity to be able to bring them back on board and bring their attention back to the activities that are happening. It can help provide early alerts, which gives us the opportunity as instructors to intervene when necessary and encourages equitable support through data-informed outreach. It also has improved success rates, as research has shown, in various STEM courses, and promotes continuous monitoring as well as supporting those timely feedback cycles. Now, as we're thinking about personalization for equity and identity, it's important for us to consider the fact that our students are not a monolith. When we are talking about these considerations around the unique nature of our learners, the diversity of thoughts that they bring to mind and their experiences, we can use AI to help us adapt case studies and examples to better match our learners' lived experiences. It helps to affirm student identity by providing these inclusive and representative examples of our learners and helping them to see their future successful selves in the work that is being presented and the content that is being presented in the course. It offers our multilingual learners content as well as accessibility-focused design and encourages learner choice in the format and topic selection. And we must make sure that we are critically implementing the use of AI and the incorporation of examples that are generated from AI to make sure that we're avoiding bias or instances of exclusion of some of our learners. Now, let's focus our attention on how we can amplify engagement in our online courses using AI. We can do so by considering the fact that AI helps to support interactive content through that real-time learner adaptation. It can help promote self-regulated learning with intelligent feedback loops, so informing our learners of when there are areas where they may need to make improvements, as well as when they may need to go back and review certain content because of demonstrated proficiency falling below where it should be at a certain level. It encourages emotional and cognitive investment in the online learning experiences because materials are tailored to their unique interests and needs. And it helps to create unique pathways for our learners based on their interests and goals. And it can help support higher order thinking by creating dynamic tasks for our learners to engage in. Neil, I'd like to share with you some recommendations for how we can also incorporate AI, specifically around those interactive learning experiences, and then as it relates to social engagement and collaboration. With regard to interactive learning experiences, it can enable simulations, adaptive branching, as well as immersive scenarios. We can use AI to help offer responsive hints, as well as contextual nudges to encourage deeper critical thinking as it relates to the content and activities. It can help customize difficulty based on learner performance. So again, with those adaptive learning pieces, AI can help us identify how a learner is progressing through the material, where they may be faltering, and provide recommendations for different activities or levels of engagement that they can have to support the reiteration of certain content and allowing learners to be able to practice skills at a deeper level if they need that additional assistance. It facilitates challenge, clarity, as well as enrichment, and it helps to increase engagement and deep learning. We can also use AI to promote social engagement and collaboration by matching peers for collaboration based on interest and goals. You can provide, and we'll talk about the responsible use of learner data, but you can provide context around who your online learners are in your courses and use AI to help match them based on their interests, their preferences, their goals, as well as different ability levels. It can help encourage peer feedback and balance participation in the course, as well as we can use AI to help send reminders to sustain interaction, particularly in discussion board posts. It can promote a sense of learning community and belonging by helping to provide recommendations for how we can continue to engage learners in ways that are meaningful. And we can use AI to help monitor and guide social presence and development. Now, we're going to shift our attention to how we can use AI for inclusive and accessible online learning. Again, the goal is not to exclude any learners, but to ensure that all learners are supported as they're engaging throughout the process. So I'd like to share a comment from a senior leader at Google, Melanie Parker, who said that artificial intelligence is transforming industries across the globe. It's essential that AI technologies are developed with equity and inclusivity at their core. One of the things that we want to consider is the fact that AI is only as good as the data that it is trained on. So we have to be mindful of the outputs that can be generated, as well as how are we as developers, how are we as individuals who are utilizing AI and training AI, making sure that the outputs are consistently representative of the variety of individuals who exist throughout the world. AI can help support universal design for learning by generating alternative text, captions, and transcripts. We can also use it to help adapt content for learners who may have ADHD, dyslexia, or for our multilingual learners. It can help simplify language as well as enhance comprehension. And we can even use it for interface customization for neurodiverse learners. So for learners who may need to adapt how they are engaging with the actual online learning environment in their courses, they can use AI tools to help customize it in such a way that it makes it more accessible for them. And it can support compliance with different legal expectations or requirements around accessibility. Now, of course, accessibility expectations and requirements are going to be different based on your region, on your country. And so I strongly urge you to consider what are the expectations around accessibility in your areas and utilize AI to help you address the questions that may come up around accessibility or design concerns related to accessibility in your courses. Of course, aligning them with your unique expectations. Now, as I had mentioned, AI is only as good as the data that it is trained on because it is the basis of how it is being trained, and it reflects any biases that may come up in that training data. So we want to make sure we're incorporating audits of AI to make sure that those outputs do not perpetuate stereotypes. It should be reviewed for inclusivity and representation. We want to make sure that we are not unintentionally excluding certain groups and the outputs that are being created by AI. Diverse data sets and stakeholders must guide our implementation. So the ways in which we can help train AI data is providing a wealth of experiences in the prompts that we are generating, as well as the data sets that we are providing to AI to help it understand and to be able to better provide outputs that are reflective of our global society. And instructors should regularly inspect those AI outputs for instances of ensuring that all of our learners are efficiently and equitably represented. Now, as we're considering AI, there are various ethical considerations that we need to take into account. We want to make sure that we're informing our learners of when AI is being utilized and making sure that we are complying with our regional, our national data privacy laws as well. It's important for us, when applicable, to provide our learners opportunities to opt out. Maybe we decide that we want to incorporate AI as we are grading certain assignments, but some learners may feel uncomfortable about that. So if there is an opportunity to do so, consider providing your learners the opportunity to opt out of the use of AI in specific ways in which they may be evaluated in the course. We want to make sure that we are avoiding AI over surveillance and misuse, and maintaining transparency in AI decision-making processes. A wonderful way that this can be done is as an institution, making sure that you are communicating how tools are being selected, how they are being vetted and incorporated at your institution to ensure learners are being protected and that the quality and integrity of the experience is still maintained at those high standards. So now we are going into the piece that I know many of you are very interested. These are some practical strategies you can start incorporating now to support the use of AI and learner success in your online courses. Now, I am going to share with you all that each of these recommendations are supported through the use of the higher education rubric, the Quality Matters Higher Education Rubric 7th edition, different consulting services, or even professional development through Quality Matters. So if any of these pique your interest, I encourage you to contact me. I'll share my contact information later. But you are welcome to explore how each of these support the work that you are doing. As it relates to quality design strategies, and I'm not going to go through each of them for being respectful of our time and making sure we have time to address questions, but I'd like to highlight a few of these. So as it relates to our quality design standards, there are various ways in which we can use AI. One, we want to start with measurable objectives that align accordingly with our content. We can use AI to help us generate and revise our objectives in such a way that we are describing them in ways that have actionable verbs and describe behaviors that can be observed and therefore assessed. We can also ensure accessibility through automated checks as well as user testing. And we can personalize our content based on our learner needs and not just on assumptions of what we think our learners may need in our courses. As it relates to ethical delivery, we want to, again, communicate our AI use in our syllabi as well as in our orientations for our courses and for engaging in online learning. We want to make sure that we are also balancing any automated feedback with that instructor presence. Utilizing AI does not absolve us from our responsibility of being present in our courses as instructors. And then we also want to make sure that we are prioritizing empathy, mentorship, and connection with our learners. We can use AI to help support that. But again, that human side needs to be present. As it relates to institutional actions, we certainly want to make sure that we are providing faculty development on AI literacy as well as ethics, and customizing that to our unique institutional and regional contexts. Create cross-functional teams to provide oversight as it relates to ethics in AI use. Establish different policies for tool and bias audits, as well as align AI use with your institutional mission, as well as our ethical stances regarding promoting learner support and ensuring that all learners are provided those successful experiences in the online environment. Now, I'm going to share with you different tools. These are not sponsored or endorsed by Quality Matters, but these are a number of helpful tools that several colleagues are currently using to be able to support engagement and inclusivity in courses using AI. So there are different AI tools that you can use to help brainstorm and ideate lessons aligned to quality standards, such as CuraPart, CourseTune, or Sana Labs. You can use AI to auto-generate accessible presentation-ready learning modules or content. Tools such as Data Robot or Consent Kit can help promote data privacy and transparent AI decision-making. ChatGPT or Claude are tools that you can use to help draft objectives, rubrics, and outlines. You can even, one of my favorite tools, you can use Canva Magic Design to design course visuals with AI suggestions. Some additional tools that you can use are ones that help to generate avatar-based video lectures and captions. You can use tools such as Khanmigo, which was developed by Khan Academy, as AI coaching for guided student practice. Tools like Edpuzzle plus AI, H5P interactive content tool can also provide enhanced videos with automated questions and feedback. You can promote fairness and reduce bias in online learning by using tools such as Diversity AI, Fair Learn by Microsoft, OpenMind, as well as Textio, and tools like Quizzes AI, as well as Mentimeter, can help you build gamified quizzes from lessons in seconds. And as you see beneath each of these recommended uses, they are aligned to various standards that are found in the Quality Matters Higher Education rubric, again, which are based on those best practice research strategies for online learning. So let's talk about some next steps for your institution as you are considering AI implementation. You do not have to do it all at once. And I know, as exciting as these tools may be, you want to make sure you are not overwhelming yourself and you're not overwhelming your learners with an enormous amount of tools in your instances of instruction. So start small. Consider piloting one AI tool in a low-stakes activity. You also want to make sure that you are prioritizing accessibility as well as ethical alignment. So you can use AI to ensure that the courses that you are teaching provide access to learners, regardless of ability level. You can use it to help promote situations for learners to engage who may, for example, have visual impairments or auditory impairments. One of my favorite uses of AI, and one of the ways that I help to continue to train it to consider learners who may have various disabilities, is to ask it to generate outputs that are also reflective of activities that learners who may have visual impairments can use. What are some instructions that I can use to adapt this particular assignment for learners who may have hearing impairments? By doing so, I am training the tool that I'm using to be accustomed to the fact that I want to ensure that the learners in my courses who may have different disabilities, who may have different ways of processing information, also have access to that high quality experience. Collaborate with your instructional design as well as information technology teams to ensure that your use of AI is not only appropriate and ethical, but also that aligns with the different policies for your institution. Collect student feedback on AI-enhanced elements, keeping track of how all of your learners are engaging and any concerns or considerations that need to be taken into account, and to support conversations that are being had internally at your institutions. And then also consider joining a professional learning community to explore how others may be incorporating AI in their teaching and those various research-based practices to support your independent use of AI at your institutions. So we are nearing the end of our time, and I, of course, want to make sure that there is an opportunity for us to have dialogue and conversation. And so I invite you all first to stay in touch by contacting me at consulting@qualitymatters.org, or you can reach our consulting resources at qualitymatters.org/QA resources consulting. And the QR code that you see on the screen is to allow you to be able to download the free version of our full white paper, which is entitled From Automation to Transformation: AI Strategies for Personalized, Engaging, and Inclusive Online Course Design, as I had shared, co-authored by one of my dear colleagues, Dr. Siobhan Day Grady, who is the founding director of the Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Research at North Carolina Central University. So I would love to open the floor to any questions. I saw a number of them popping in the Q&A, so let's begin.
Thanks very much, Rachel. That was an amazing talk that covered pretty much the whole gamut of online assessment. A lot of the questions that were popping up in the Q&A were asking about the code. So people need a code to get some kind of attendance certificate. So I answered one of the questions to everyone. The code for this session to get the certificate is online.
Okay.
So online, if you type that into the thingy. I have a question. One of the things you just mentioned towards the end of your talk there was that it's important to inform students when AI is used. I was reading an article yesterday in The Guardian, which is the UK-based newspaper, and there was a couple of students doing a coding course. They were retraining as part of a government initiative to retrain, and they were trying to get maybe jobs in IT, working in cybersecurity or something like that. And so they were doing this coding course, and they were, how can I say this? They were a little bit annoyed that the course was largely being that they felt was but largely written by AI and often presented by AI, who would give lectures and then for 30 seconds break into Spanish and then carry on in English. And they felt that they were not getting their money's worth and that they felt that they were wasting a lot of time. So I think this whole issue of telling students when AI is used, what it's being used for, how it's being used is really important, especially in the area of, materials and teaching and assessment as well. Because I use it to mark students' essays.
Okay.
Secretly.
Secretly. Well, Peter, you make an excellent point. And this is precisely one of the reasons why it is so important that we communicate to our learners when AI is being used. And in that point, you bring up a number of interesting considerations, one of which is what I was referencing a little bit earlier around how the use of AI does not relinquish us as instructors from our responsibility and still being engaged in the learning experience. I know that there are similar expectations globally, but in the United States, we have what is considered what we refer to around guidance related to regular and substantive interaction. And the idea being that there is an expected level of interaction that should be happening in our online courses. And regular and substantive interaction focuses specifically on the presence of the instructor and their engagement with the learner. So yes, there are many opportunities, and we encourage the use of providing automated feedback. We support the use of AI in many cases. However, that does not mean that we no longer have to be in the space and actually engaging with our learners. And so even though we provide automated feedback, we still want to provide personalized feedback to our learners. And we also need to make sure that we are still fulfilling that responsibility of moderating what is happening in our courses. So there should not be instances, for example, where an AI agent may be in the course and goes off in a language that may not be the language of the course itself, and the instructor is unaware that this is happening. There needs to be intervention. We need to constantly be vigilant of how AI is operating in the courses. And even when, for example, we are using AI to help support the grading of our learners' work, prior to us accepting, and ideally before it gets to the learner, it's important for us to go in as instructors and verify that what was assessed and how learners were evaluated was accurate. So Peter, in your instance, I'm sure as you are using AI to help support the grading of essays, you make sure that before that is recorded for your learners that, yes, this was graded correctly. This was an accurate assessment. And
of course I do. Of course I do.
Of course. But yes, that is what we should strive for. And just as any other tool, any other technology, there are many instances, for example, where I will use a textbook, a publisher provided textbook companion site that has automated quizzes for learners to be able to complete. And I also recognize, you know what? We are human beings who at some point program these and we make mistakes. And so when a student brings to my attention the fact that, well, Professor Brooks, this was created, when this was graded, I think that this answer was incorrect. Could you go and check and see? I'm going to go in and explore and investigate to make sure that all learners are receiving the credit that they have earned, that the feedback that is being provided to them is accurate. And I always make sure that I am supplementing any feedback that I provide using AI with my own unique feedback to the learners, because that is so critically important for our presence still to be felt and to be provided to support our learners' success.
And there are just a lot of tasks that AI just can't give feedback on at the moment.
Absolutely.
For example, I teach technical communication, and my students write instruction manuals, and it's very little text, a lot of diagrams, and AI can't get its head around the giving feedback on diagrams and that kind of thing. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was just going to say, when we're talking about AI marking assignments, I get AI to mark my assignments just to see what kind of mark they get. Usually we're pretty close. I ask my students, do they want me to mark? Do they want the mark from the AI or me? And they always say me. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's a pity because the AI was 10% higher, but too late, because it is a bit more generous oftentimes.
Right. I find that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, there's a question in the chat from Kamran. He says, hi, Dr. Rachel. Do you think that high-tech corporates will change the landscape of education in the future using big bucks? Do you think the educational institution's mandate is now driven by corporates? That's a good question.
That is a very good question. That's slightly beyond the scope of the conversation, but I will share some personal thoughts. So don't hold me to it. One of the things that we do, and I'm speaking from the perspective of a course developer, as someone who engages in research around curriculum development and has worked with faculty in developing curriculum and academic leaders as they are developing new online programs. And one of the areas that we think about in the development of these programs are, where are those high need areas? How we make decisions around the creation of new online programs, around the use and the use of tools to train learners and to prepare learners based on, we're leaning more into, well, what is industry looking for? Because as we are preparing them to be successful in their future careers, or for those who are currently engaged in different careers and are looking to advance, one of the ways that we do that is by exploring what are the expectations from industry. So I wouldn't say necessarily that industry is going to shift in such a way that institutions are also going to shift at the same degree, but they are definitely, there's kind of like a symbiotic relationship that's happening. As institutions, it is important to think about, you are preparing learners to be competitive in the fields that they are choosing to go into. So we must remain vigilant and mindful of what industry is looking for. But I also think that as institutions, there is also that responsibility to ensure that we are also thinking about, how are we preparing individuals holistically to engage not only in these future careers, but also as they are going to be working in this global society. So I think that is going to be one factor. I don't think it's going to be a singular determining factor, but we can expect to see, as we are focusing more on preparing learners to be successful beyond our programs, that yes, that is going to be something very likely that would influence the dynamic of not only the online learning environment, but the in-person instructional environment as well.
Well, I think we're going to have time for one more question, which I wouldn't mind answering first, actually, if you don't mind,
Please
Rachel.
do.
It's from Dr. Breeder. She's bemoaning the fact that at her institution, a lot of tests are done on paper, and I guess final exams. And like her, I really don't like it. But there comes a time when maybe we don't have any option if we want to ensure that the integrity of that test. So I always think that if you have to write, if you have to have the option of having an exam on paper and pencil, then your exam's wrong, and there's something wrong there. But sometimes you just need to have a multiple choice question or a yes no question, and you need to make sure that the student really knows that. So I think maybe paper and pencil, I'm thinking is the only option. I'm thinking of medicine, and my daughter's doing a law test in a couple of weeks' time, and it's super monitored, but they were talking about doing it on paper and pencil. So I get what Dr. Breed is saying, that it feels like it's going backwards and we're doing the wrong thing. But I think sometimes we just don't have a choice. What do you feel?
I agree with you, Peter. Sometimes we don't have a choice, and sometimes the choice is to do that. You bring up an excellent point, and this kind of goes back to the previous question as far as, well, is the influence of industry in some of the courses that we're teaching, for example? And I want to, rather than emphasizing a specific modality for assessing our learners, I always encourage colleagues to shift our focus instead to what is the rationale behind why and how we are assessing our learners, and going into that consideration of authentic assessment. So, Peter, you make an excellent point. In the medical field, yes, there are times where our learners who are studying medicine are going to be utilizing technology for charting, for doing all sorts of different activities. That is not my area of expertise, so I'm not going to presume to provide specific examples. However, there are also instances where they need to be able to work with that physical pen and paper, pencil and paper. And so I encourage, as we are thinking about our different disciplines, I know that, of course, especially with the fear of plagiarism, for example, there may be the decision to, okay, well, we're just going to do pencil and paper for our assessments. Rather than taking that perspective, reflect on the importance of authentic assessment. What does that look like? It may be, for example, having learners in a pharmaceutical science course, role playing and assuming the role of different individuals and how they would serve on a clinical trial. And then they will work out a particular problem or solve a certain case study by embodying those roles. That is a form of authentic assessment that is very difficult to be able to complete solely through the use of AI. And it can be done using technology, or it can be done on pencil and paper. It is one of those types of assessments that can be completed authentically, regardless of modality. So rather than focusing on the modality itself, really reflecting on how and why we are assessing our learners, and making sure that the way that we are assessing them is essentially plagiarism proof.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Rachel. And that brings us to the end of this very lively, interesting talk. Thank you very much. You can go back to bed now. Thanks to everyone.
I've started my day.
You started at time to go for a jog.
Yes.
Everyone, just a reminder that the code for this session is online, capital letters. And thank you very much, everyone. And we'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.